all the advisory committee members are admitted into the room that are here. We do have some that are absent. I believe that Mr. Fulton won't be here today because of a prior engagement. I think he told us that last week. And so I think, Dr. Ali, you're in charge.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
You did quite a big data dump on everybody last night, I guess.
I was given directions by the commission that we need to get this done. So we have a lot to go over and excited to do this. Well, why don't we go ahead and start with our agenda and call to order, if that's okay, sir?
Okay.
Fantastic. So we will call to order the State Anatomical Advisory Committee meeting for June 3rd of today. We will do a roll call, and I'll just stop from the top left of my screen. Brandon.
Present.
Thank you. Jason Jones. Jason, you're present.
Yes, sir. My mic not picking up.
No, I got you now. Mr. Clark.
Here.
Thank you. Mr. Owens.
Here.
Fantastic. Mr. Houston.
Here.
Excuse me. Thank you.
Houston's correct.
Houston's correct. Okay. Just don't put the O in there, huh?
Mhm.
Fantastic. All right. And myself here. So we have 6 of us here. We have a quorum, so we may proceed with our meeting. Invocation. Mr. Opiola, you did a very nice invocation last time. May I ask you to do it again this time, please, sir?
Okay. Thank you. If y'all would either join me or silently observe. Heavenly Father, thank you so much for the gift that you give us every day to be here to work for the betterment of mankind, for the furtherance of the promoting the gifts that you have given us every day. Please help advise this committee and grant them the wisdom to propose rules and regulations that respect the dignity of the human life that is so precious to us, that you have given us, and allow us to further your kingdom through the work that we have here today. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, sir. We will now do the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America first. I pledge allegiance to
The flag,
United States
the
of
United States,
America, and
and to the republic
for which it stands, one nation, under
under
God,
God,
and
indivisible,
with liberty and
and justice for all.
Thank you. And now we'll do the Texas Pledge. Honor the
Honor the
Texas
Texas flag.
I
I pledge allegiance to the
Texas
Texas
one
state
under
under God,
one.
one and indivisible.
Thank you. So I have the agenda on my screen. Our executive director, Mrs. Haynes, thank you for all your hard work with putting everything together for us and getting all these administrative duties done. If I may take the screen share from you so I can show the agenda. I did notice I downloaded the June 3rd meeting agenda, but it says June 10th at the top. Did I download the wrong agenda, or is that just a typo?
That's just a typo.
Just want to make sure. Fantastic. So we'll make sure that everybody knows that is a typo. That is the June 3rd meeting agenda. May I share my screen, ma'am?
Yes.
Fantastic. Here we go. Okay. Hopefully.
I think it was correct on Secretary of State's website. This was just the one that was on our website.
That's correct. So here is the meeting agenda. Obviously, we've done number 1 and 2 and 3. Public comments. We will open it up to any public comments. Please limit it to 2 minutes per person, please. And we will hear your comments. And thank you for anybody who has joined this meeting today. Appreciate all your help. So I will open it up to public comments. If anybody has any, please raise your hands, and Ms. Haynes will click you and open you up to audio.
And the one on the website is correct for those that may be listening in as far as our agenda, and it just says the 3rd at the top.
Ms. Haynes, is there any public comments that you've seen on the?
It does not appear that anybody. We have 4 observers No one has raised their hand. Mike appears twice. We're not going to let him in twice because that'll probably cause an echo.
Okay, fantastic. Last call for any public comments. Okay, thank you. We'll close that and move on to number 4. You've received a few documents, and the concept was we have, over the last few meetings, gone over many topics, many work group discussions, and wanted to break it down to final reviews, committee agreements, discussions, and then motions to pass these rules, policies, recommendations onto the Funeral Commission for their upcoming meeting, so they have everything they need in the appropriate amount of time. So I am going to break this down by work groups, and I've kind of got it all here. Work group 1, and I'll just kind of go down this list. It seems like a huge amount of work that we're going to be doing here, but I think hopefully some organization that it'll get us quickly to what we need. So let me just kind of bring these across here, and I'll start to. Oops. So work group 1, there's a cover memo that just kind of goes over what we were looking to do and what the concept and idea was. And I will bring up the cover memo and I'll go down each of the briefs that breaks down all the different things we were talking about. There's 6 recommendations below that we would like to transmit to the commission regarding fees, and there are some placeholders on there pending the Funeral Commission's financial data, and there's a statutory authority as to why these fees and the recommendations, and these are the 6 discussion items that we have that we need to make a motion to. And what I have is a brief for each one of these 6 that I'll go to down each one, allowing the committee discussion time and ability to add, subtract, and amend any of those motions. And then we'll go down all 6 of these to come back to either a consolidated motion or a motion per brief. So let's go to the first brief talking about registration and renewal. And please let me know if anybody has any difficulty seeing any parts of my screen. I'm going to minimize our pictures here. So the first brief has to do with registration and renewal fees. I won't go over to the statutory authority. We've showed this multiple times in our meetings. There it is there in case anybody wants to look at it. Everybody has this document in case we're wondering where the authority comes from to make these fees and rules. These fee categories are placeholders. So please don't take these as this is what we're recommending, but we do need the input from the Funeral Commission. Mrs. Haynes, is there anything that we've received back from any of the financial information to be able to more appropriately set these fees?
So we're actually kind of in the last final talks. I was gonna see if possible, we would have a staff meeting with this work group just to go over our findings as well, and whatever you guys will be proposing.
Okay.
Could you adopt that and then make it subject to revision by staff?
If we don't,
Because the deal is I really don't. These take a little bit longer to work through the process. We might not actually get the fees on the 19th agenda, just because the process through the regulatory efficiency office, et cetera. And so the other ones we can. It's just I've been told that they would like to have a 30-day lead time. So I mean, I guess if y'all work out the concept, if we tweak it by $25 or something like that,
Right.
would y'all be amenable to that?
Yeah, I think I'll throw that up to the committee. These are general pricing, which kind of fits with a lot of other types of pricing and other types of commissions and organizations. Is there anything here that falls completely out of the norm to anybody? Does anybody have an objection to any of these numbers here, that if the commission comes back 5 to 10% variance on any of these fees, will it be a lot of heartache? There's initial registration, and then there's biennial, meaning every 2 years you renew. The discrepancy.
Dr. Ali. Just
Yes,
let
thank you. Yeah, please, if the hand comes up, please let me know because I can't see that. So go ahead.
Dr. Ali, thanks for providing this. I was wondering if you could provide a little bit more detail about why you separated out or you're proposing to separate out the NATO full from the NATO conditional. Do they have additional, NATO conditionals have additional fees that NATO fulls don't in addition to this? Is that the reasoning
No,
or?
so the concept was, like I said, these are placeholders.
Yes,
It
sir.
can be exactly what the NATOs are. This is up for discussion for the group. I had them being treated as a willed body program in the conditional status, and there'll be some more references as to putting them to the willed body program. In essence, everything the will body program has to do, except for exemption of fees for transferring bodies, they're going to be following those types of rules until they become a fully approved NATO, and that's why the price mirrors what the will body program price does. But that can easily be changed to 2,500, 1,250. That was once again, it was to kind of throw a little bit more scrutiny on the conditional NATO while it's waiting. And the conditional NATO, I thought would be, let's just treat it like a will body program in the sense of these are the things you have to do. This other inspection occurs, all those things while you're waiting for the conditional part to occur. But those
Got it.
numbers can easily be changed back to 2,500, 1,250.
Okay, thank you.
And so once again, initial biennial every 2 years for pretty much every group there, including an amendment change of control fees. Is there anything on here that you feel should be higher, lower, not what's on here as we hand this off to the commission?
Are we going to make a recommendation for which of these columns we recommend, or is this totally up to the commission?
It's completely up to them, but I just gave a conservative, robust, and a moderate just to kind of give a range and for people to say, wow, I really like the conservative versus a robust. So that's more up to our committee to decide as a whole.
So just to know, I just spoke with Maria about this. We would not, in terms of the staff, would not be proposing to increase them beyond what the moderate recommendation is here. If anything, it'll be lower. So just want to put people at ease that would be the case. So
we appreciate that.
I'm just going to pose a question out to the group in reference to that. I appreciate Commissioner Opiella clarifying that. But I think that we could probably give them some latitude if they did find something in their discovery that they need to make in moderation. If it was, say, in extent of a 25% increase, that they would come back to us for, or beyond the robust, that they came back to us as far as recommendations at that point, but give them that latitude to work within the confines of what's here between conservative and robust.
I love you giving us that latitude. I don't think we would want to use. What I was talking about moderate, not robust. The moderate was what we were looking at.
I like the idea of moderate versus robust with the 25%. I think it sounds like Chairman Opiella is thinking more conservative to moderate in that region with obviously a little latitude. And I don't mind the idea of if it's going to be 25% more than the moderate, to at least let us know so we know why and the reasoning behind it versus just without any true data behind it, picking a number that's a random number. So I appreciate that input.
And I wanted to, maybe I was talking with Maria here when y'all mentioned this. Why did you separate out conditionals from full registration on the NATOs, and why the big difference?
There doesn't need to be any difference, but the idea is carrying the same initial fees on the same 2-year cycle than rather being a one-time fee and a non-renewable fee. That can all be changed. Like I said, these are placeholders. And when I looked at all these, I divided out multiple different things. But that can easily be changed to 2,500 and 1,250.
Well, I was just curious, why are the NATOs at 2,500 and the will body programs are at 500?
And this is just my logic, and anybody's welcome to throw in what they think about this. The concept is the will body programs are being hit with transfer fees to pretty much fund most of the anatomical division for the funeral commission, whereas the NATOs are one time and they don't have that transfer fee, so there's not a continual
because of the statutory exemption from transfer fees.
Yes,
I get it.
correct.
Okay, that would allow them to kind of carry their weight for the inspection and everything.
Right. Yes, sir. Which once again,
Maria had said is we're going to roll the initial inspection fee into the registration, right? And so that's what part of what we're covering is the travel costs to go do the initial inspection.
Right. I just changed the conditional to exactly the mirror of the NATO. That way there's not any kind of reasoning as to why the price is different. But that was the reason why the will body programs was lower.
Yeah, and as he had said before, I don't know if they, with a conditional, Dr. Ali's thought process, and I think some of the other of ours, is that with a conditional approval from TFSC, a conditional is someone who cannot currently be accredited by the AATB. So while in statute it says AATB accreditation, not subject to X, Y, and Z, they also felt that if they're going to have to also follow some more of the guidelines based on how the operations are done by the Wilk Body programs, that there could be some additional costs involved with a conditional setting with transfer fees, et cetera, if they said we'll conditionally allow you to operate, however, you have to fall under the compliancy of the rules and regulations for a will body program. Was the other thought process on that variance and fee cost?
And just help me out. The will body programs are the ones that are paying the transfer fees. The recipient anatomical facilities do not pay those, right?
That's correct.
We do
Well,
pay those.
It's a pass through.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But the other is dependent on how the tags are going to be distributed for the registration or of the specimens is also an additional cost to the will body programs.
But that is a correct statement that at the end of the day, the anatomical facilities carry that cost for everybody because it gets transferred to them as a pass through.
Dr. Ali, I have a follow-up to what Chair Opiella just said regarding the anatomical facilities. The anatomical facilities, so since NATOs are exempt from the transfer fees, therefore the anatomical facilities receiving tissue from NATOs should also be exempt. That's a correct statement, correct?
Yes, and part of the fees we'll go into a little bit more is there's a one-time transfer fee. There's not a transfer fee every single time it moves, is one of the suggestions. So for the will body programs, as they receive a body, as they're the only groups in Texas under the will body category that would receive a body, once they transfer for the first time, that transfer fee is paid to the funeral commission. More than likely, that will body program passes that cost through to the anatomical facility using it, unless they keep it at their own place. And so that would be the concept behind that.
Yeah, and honestly, just representative of the anatomical facility, we don't really see it as a burden or overly like any overreach, right? It seems like a fair price to pay.
I agree.
For the services that are provided.
Right. But this table here is all about registration and renewal. Right now, this has nothing to do with transfer of body fees, which we'll get to, but I understand part of that concept has to be used in some of the pricing here. So if I could get just any more discussion about this general pricing, if there's someone that feels that this should be different, higher or lower, let me know. Otherwise, if the committee is in agreement, we'll pass these general numbers to the commission for them to work on.
Dr. Ali, if you don't mind, I would like a little bit more. I'm sorry to bring this up again. So regarding the NATO's full versus conditional, if you feel like conditional, if it's true that conditional NATOs will have additional fees down the road that full NATOs won't.
No,
I don't know. I don't know if that's true or not.
No, I think they're still going to be exempt under Senate bill from any type of fees, like transfer fees, those kind of things.
Okay.
So no, I think we should leave it at 25 and 1250 to mirror the NATO registration.
I'm comfortable with that.
I split them out. Why not have just NATO and will body program? And that way it's simple. I mean, it looks like the numbers are now the same, right?
Absolutely, we can do that. So we can remove this line and that line. And then we can just put to include conditional.
Mm-hmm.
And the only additional comment I have is, and please forgive my lack of perspective or naivety, but for anatomical facilities, would this impact facilities in rural areas, smaller towns, anything on the increase?
For the facility fee charge,
Yes. Well, yeah, for the initial registration and then biannual renew. I don't know if there's smaller, outfits out there in rural areas that this would potentially impact. I'm just throwing that out there as a comment.
Yeah. No, I think that's a great question. Looking at the conservative model at a $500 every 2 year, I can't imagine that's onerous, or the fee is so burdening.
Here's it 2 years.
Inspections every 3 years.
Okay. But the renewal is every 2?
Based on this biennial, I would say yes.
Now,
So
we
do
can
for
change it to every,
for funeral establishments, what do we do?
is it every 2 years or 3 years for the funerals?
It's 2.
It's 2 years.
It's our inspection cycle that's every 3 years. They're not aligned.
Right. Yeah, no, they're not. And the same with the willed body programs and anatomical facilities, the inspection is every 3 years also, versus registration being every 2. So if we want to mimic what's happening with the funerals side of the house, then this would
That's
be correct.
what we should do. Yeah, in my opinion, at least.
So then this mimics that. So does that answer the burden for the smaller rural anatomical facility, that range of 500 to 1,000 from conservative to moderate, or the renewal 300 to 600? I don't feel that's burdensome, but love to hear any feedback from that.
No, I wouldn't think so. I'm just, like I said, I don't know what their operating cost looks like or how this would potentially impact their.
Sure. If there's no other discussion about these fees, this is what we'll put to the funeral commission as guidelines. And if anything falls out of the norm for them or some kind of major change in the percentage from these fees that were given, that at least they would ask us about it or give us their reasoning as to why the fees went up or anything. We'd appreciate that. But other than that, I think this is a pretty solid table to pass on to them for fees of registration and renewal. And then with that change of adding conditional into the NATO section, there'll be some changes in the wording down here as to what the this part here. We'll take that out. I'll cross it out so we see it. Commissioner Opiola, in the past on one proposal, there's a flat fee of $27.90 that I saw versus kind of
I think that was published in the rule, in the register a couple of years ago and never adopted. So I wouldn't even.
Okay, we can actually cross this.
I would take that whole paragraph out because it has never been enacted.
Gotcha. Perfect. Just want to make sure. So then re-looking at this recommended motion, give everybody a second to read it. We can change anything that needs to be changed because we did take the conditional part out. With that change there, is there anybody that feels that this motion needs to be amended?
No.
Okay. Any discussion about this recommended motion that we're going to make? Okay, so I'll put the first in on the motion. I move that the State Anatomical Advisory Committee recommend to the Texas Funeral Commission the adoption of 22 TAC 210.27 subchapter C, establishing tiered initial registration and biennial renewal fees at the moderate scenario levels and a 2-year registration term, and that the committee requests that the commission staff verify the proposed amounts against actual administrative costs and revise. We can take that part out. Period. Do I hear a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Are there any nays? Okay, so the motion passes and we will pass this brief on to our funeral commission with those changes that we made, and we'll take out anything that has to do with conditional NATO separation, because there are some parts here that I'll change out. But we know the motion down here is what's passed. And I will highlight this part about conditional to make sure that it's removed. Okay, excellent. Moving at that kind of speed, I think we should be able to move through these. Brief 2 is inspection and verification. Once again, this is setting fees for these, right? And so there's a statutory authority as to where the funeral commission, why they can set the fees. And here are the fee categories that we've proposed. These are for inspections. And once again, same types of conservative, moderate, robust. The pricing, this is a 3-year cycle. The NATOs are an AATB 5-year cycle. And we deliberately call this a verification fee because it's not a transfer fee, because the NATOs are exempt from multiple fees, but a verification fee. Then once again, the conditional NATO is inspected on a will body program footing during the pre-accreditation period. And this is the rationale behind setting these inspection fees.
So why help me out here? Why is NATO's on a 5-year versus a 3-year?
Because they can't have duplicative inspections and the AATB inspects them.
But
And
we still have the ability to, do we not have the authority to inspect them?
You do have.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, we're collecting the fee to pay for our inspection, right?
Think about that before I answer that question.
We're also on a 3-year cycle for inspections for AETB.
Is it a 3-year now? So I guess the question here is, if the Texas Funeral Commission wants to verify a NATO's status, is there a fee that should be associated with that?
Dr. Ali, I have a clarifying question. So the last set of fees for the registration we were looking at, I thought the discussion centered around why ours is, the NATOs are so much higher. Part of it is no transfer fees, but I thought part of it also was to account for inspection. Is that not accurate, or?
I didn't have that in there inclusive into that. But like I said, these are recommendations that our committee needs to look at and decide if that should be part of that because it's a higher fee.
Yeah, we're not opposed to paying our fair share for sure. I just want some clarity around it. That's all.
Right. And I think, Mr. Opiola, you're asking, if the funeral commission wants to spot check or verify that a NATO is accredited, should there be a fee to that? Or is that some, part of the regulatory and regular daily administrative duties of being able to check that without charging anybody a fee? I'll go back to what the fees look like.
I mean, that's not an inspection. That's just like a phone call to AATB and saying, are you currently accredited? I don't know that we should charge a fee for making a phone call, right? Am I wrong on that?
I don't disagree. I just want to make sure that there's any other process in your verification that someone feels that there needs to be a cost to it.
What are your thoughts, Maria?
And I want to bring up as well, too, I don't know how long or if the ATB is still, I understand we're operating off of how our current statutes are written, the current laws.
Yeah.
But, I don't know if we need to spend too much time on this, understanding that the ATB is not providing accreditations any longer.
So let's just pretend that rolls that way. So how does the funeral commission now, if that's starting to fall apart on the AATB side, be able to inspect the Texas NATOs? Are they going to be able to charge a fee and just mimic what's going on with the will body program?
It'll fall under conditional category at that point.
But we kind of just verified that conditionals will be treated like a regular NATO of what's exempt and what's not. So
this here would be the same thing. So if we're going to, how we decide we're going to handle the AATB while it still exists and how we handle the conditional, we need to keep that in mind, that Once it falls to conditional, it's going to also fall under the purview of the commission at that point to provide inspections and verifications. So there will be some personnel needs at that point in time because the scope of their responsibilities is going to expand just a little bit. So I don't know that it needs to be blank, but I don't know that it needs to be what it was. That's just my opinion.
I would suggest we follow the will body program.
Agreed.
That way,
I would agree.
no one's being treated unusually heavier than the other. Is there any agreement or discussion about that?
Okay, I'll wait. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Maria's checking it, but I don't think we charge a separate inspection fee for funeral establishments. That's like I said earlier, it's rolled into your registration and your renewal. So she's verifying it, but I'm almost thinking, why don't we take this whole provision out?
So is this not correct right here, sir?
We're authorized, but that doesn't mean we do. I mean, I want to apply the same, obviously the anatomical people need to pull their weight, but at the same time, we don't want to impose things against the anatomical people that we don't necessarily impose against the funeral directors, because I just don't think that's fair. But we're looking at it real quick here. Do you understand? Do you understand why we want to keep it consistent?
Absolutely. I don't think any of us are going to argue against that if there's less fees. But in a unbiased way, I'm trying to look at every single thing, and if the committee and advice from the commission tells us that this is not needed, it's in the registration fee, then we'll be happy to remove this entire brief too.
Because that's another administrative burden for us to take care of. So like we're having to charge and bill you for inspections, and if we don't do that right now for everybody else.
Should we perhaps retitle this and have to do with new facilities, or any facility with a substantial alteration to its structure?
So a new facility would have to be a new register. So they're going to register first before you get inspected. So they're going to pay the registration fee. I would imagine that's how the kind of the flow chart in my head works. So
I'm looking at our fee schedule that we currently have for the commission. I do not see anywhere where we charge an inspection fee.
Okay. What are you going to do, Commissioner, if the multiple hotels start requesting to do labs? You're going to have to inspect those versus brick and mortar standalone built for skills labs that get inspected every 3 years. You don't have to inspect them over and over as if a room changes or floating walls get moved, or those kind of things. Does that become a burden?
So we do it.
For every surgery center that starts calling and saying, I want to do a lab, and you've got about 5,000 surgery centers in Texas.
So Maria and I just talked about it. Our priority right now is getting the initial registration and renewal fees in place. If we have to add a inspection fee for facilities that are not registering or renewing with us later, like you're saying, like individual hotels, we can do that at a later date. But our priority right now is getting this registration system up and running. So I would be fine with taking this out for now.
Okay.
Yes.
We want to table this as a framework for future.
Yes.
If we figure out that this is, yeah. So that motion would just be tabled. Yeah. Okay. Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Mary? Okay.
I think that gives us enough time to see if we need to come back to you guys for corrections of the fees or anything else. But yes, staff, we need the registrations and the renewals so we can get those in place and start getting that payments online for the committee.
So I put this here and I'll save it and then I'll send it to everybody. So when we look at this later on, we can remember why we did this. And so we tabled it there. I'll save it. So we will take motion brief 2 off on the inspections verification fee pending funeral commission advice and thoughts down the line. And when we look at other places that may need to have inspections done. Everybody okay with that? Anybody against this? Okay, so we will table brief 2 then. Brief 3 is it's just formalizing that there's an exemption to these fees per the Senate bill. And sometimes it says distribution and sometimes we call it transfer. I added the word transfer and highlight here. They both mean the same thing, but at the end of the day, they're exempt, period. And this was just clarification to show that. And I believe that's what the motion is saying. Not about registration, and we can take the inspection part out, but we can leave it just there as part of the motion, but that's the distribution transferring fees that they're exempt from. Does anybody feel like this motion is necessary or does it need to be changed?
Dr. Ali, I would ask if we could clarify in there that the point that I raised earlier, which is the transfer fees, if they're not payable by a NATO, then they also wouldn't be payable by an anatomical facility receiving NATO tissue.
Currently, right now, does an anatomical facility have to pay a transfer fee if it's coming from NATO or an outside NATO?
There's no, but I think that there's confusion. That's the reason that I would ask that it be clarified in rule.
Okay. How would you see the motion made then?
I'm not sure that it needs to be part of the specific motion, but maybe up higher in the rule. Is this an appropriate place to put it?
We certainly can. Let me take this part out because 21 is out.
Yeah, right there in statutory compliance. Does it make sense to add it to that statement?
Right here in this section. That the anatomical facility receiving the NATO specimen is not to be charged a transfer fee?
Yes, that's what I think.
Okay. Do you have any discussion about that or any issues or legal issues?
I guess in one question is that if now TFSC is going to be enforcing the influx of specimentation, is there going to be a necessary registration fee in association with registering those transfers?
Well, you can't charge any NATO, conditional or regular NATO.
It'd be the receiving institution that would be charged, just like it is with the low body program.
Right, but that receiving institution is who's paying the transfer fee here? Is the will body program paying it, or is the anatomical facility?
It's not a transfer fee. Registering that specimen coming into the state is now going to have to be put on file with the TFSC. So if I'm bringing 6 torsos from Colorado into Texas, I have to fill out the transfer form with TFSC for the transfer of that. So the receiving institution, just like a transfer from a will body program to med to market, there's a transfer fee with that, but this would be a registration fee, and it could be a single fee per notification of registering, or it could be a per specimen, and that would be up to the commission to determine is a blanketed cost for registering your registering that specimen going to cover the work on their end for maintaining those registrations.
So let me clarify what you just stated there. You're saying that if any specimen coming into Texas that needs to be registered with the funeral commission should pay registration fee for that specimen coming in?
Yes, I'm asking, is the commission going to need to have a fee encompassed with that, because it is going to require personnel power and work for tracking that on the back end, whether it be through a website that we're keeping up or whether it be an actual inspection of the data and information that's provided, registering that specimen coming across state lines.
Can we refer to a statute for this, guys? I think 691 outlines it.
I agree because it says they're exempt from these fees.
Like 691.011 specifically
The
states.
NATO is, guys, the NATO is exempt from this fee. The receiving institution is not exempt.
Where do you see that in the statute?
In statute, it says NATO's. The receiving institution is not a NATO.
I know, but where in statute does it say the anatomical facility or receiving institution has to be charged?
It doesn't state that. What I'm saying is now there is going to be work involved with the registration of the specimen coming into the state by the Funeral Service Commission. Because you have to register anything that's coming in. So I'm asking the commissioners or the executive director and our commissioner, is it necessary for us to be inclusive while we're talking fees to include a registration fee that is paid for the registration of the incoming specimens to the commission in order to cover any cost in relation to the filing of said and tracking of said specimen?
But where's this? What's the statute reference where it says it has to be registered? Do you know, Jason, offhand?
No, I thought it was just a notification when you're importing.
Right.
But
that's essentially you're registering with us by
Right.
notifying us. So here's kind of what I'm having a hard time getting my head around, and maybe this is just my lack of knowledge, but say you have a NATO which transfers specimens to a skills training that occurs at a facility that is not an anatomical facility. How do we cover the inspection cost of that temporary anatomical facility?
I think that's what you were alluding to earlier, right, Dr. Ali? Like
That's
there's going to be lots of requests for inspections.
Yeah, that's why we tabled that inspection fee.
But should they be registered? See, if we look at our authorization for fees, let's just go back to 691.012. And this is what we have to use as our touchstone when we're talking about this entire section. It says the commission by rule may set and collect fees and reasonable and necessary to cover the cost of administering this chapter, including fees for 1, receiving and distributing bodies and anatomical specimens. And that one, by the way, is the one that NATOs are exempt from by statute, okay? 2, conducting inspections and other verification activities authorized under 691.034, and registering will body programs and non-transplant anatomical organizations. So now that I look at this, can we even charge a registration fee for an anatomical facility? Because I see registering will body programs and non-transplant anatomical donation organizations. That's not an anatomical facility. I'm thinking of anatomical facilities being your recipients. I don't see where we have authorization to do. We would have to add anatomical facilities to that, and the statute doesn't say that. So and I hate to kind of go back to that, but maybe what we do is we call because one of the reason why we're charging a fee to the anatomical facility is because we go and inspect that anatomical facility, right? So what if we call that an inspection fee for the for the recipient? It's not a registration fee, it's an inspection fee. And then the registration fees are for will body programs and NATOs.
I agree. If that meets what the statute says and what the statute allows for, then registration is only for will body programs and NATOs. That's correct. An inspection
But there is a real cost to us
Well, I know.
And our concern in terms of protecting the public is we got to go out and make sure that the places that are receiving these specimens are treating, them with the respect that's accorded to them, and so, and the health and safety aspects of that. So I hate to make us go back to that, but hey, it's only 9:47 a.m. Let's be consistent with the statute. NATOs are exempt from receiving and distributing bodies and anatomical specimen fees. We charge a fee for conducting a inspection and other verification activities authorized by 691-034. And let me just make sure that that would allow us to regulate the anatomical facilities. They're specifically named. The commission shall inspect and may approve will body programs and anatomical facilities for the receipt and use of bodies and anatomical specimens under this chapter. That's in 691-034A2. So can we go back, Dr. Ali, and fix that?
Excuse me, gentlemen, I got to deal with emergency really quickly.
All right.
So, sir, that was motion brief one on the registration renewal fees. No.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
My 2 cents, what Jason was getting at, if I'm a will body program and I send a specimen over, just say Mighty, I'm going to be paying all the transfer fees, whatever. What he was saying is I send a body over there, the fees associated because I'm a will body program. NATO sends a body over there. Is the paperwork that they're sending everything to get whatever to get it all cleared to send over there? Is that going to put any hamper on the funeral service commission? Is there going to be any cost of that? With all my stuff, we're already paying the fees. They're exempt from everything. What he was getting at, is there going to be any cost incurred for them to register the bodies? Well, there's that register. You can't register them, but the anatomical facility saying, hey, I received specimen from this NATO, and letting the state know, the funeral service commission, is there going to be any more manpower is what is getting at on their end on that side of the.
Kurt, what I would say to that statement is it's a notification to the funeral commission. So if NATO X sends 5 bodies to Mighty in Houston, the notification goes into the funeral commission. The funeral commission already knows that this NATO is registered and approved by the state, right? So it's an approved NATO sending in, and they're notifying the funeral commission, I'm sending 5 specimen to Mighty, right? Period. There's no fees involved in that. Now, Mighty is an anatomical facility which would have registered and paid a registration fee, which includes their inspection, correct?
Well, but I don't think we can charge them a registration fee. I'm reading 691-012, and I don't think we can charge them a registration fee.
Let me retract that part of it. Mighty is an anatomical facility. This is where I say that paid an inspection fee that they can inspect every 3 years, I believe is what we said. And that inspection fee covers the work of the funeral commission, knowing and being notified. The notification process should not be very timely or fee intensive for the commission to be notified. I'm a approved NATO. I'm sending to an approved anatomical facility. I'm letting you know these 5 are coming and entering the state of Texas, so you can keep a database and record, which is not very expensive to do per se. And then the only fees for registration on will body programs in the NATO's, the inspections are included for the will body programs. It's not included for the anatomical facility. Is that correct? Is that what we're saying, that any anatomical facility has
and we can charge an inspection fee to an anatomical facility?
Correct. That's what I'm saying.
Because we don't. A1 carve-out is only for the receipt and distribution of bodies and anatomical specimens.
Right. So
that's
can you charge
A2.
Right. Can you charge an inspection fee for a will body program?
Yes, we can charge an inspection fee for any entity.
Including
maybe this is why we
But didn't we just say that we weren't charging an inspection fee that was part of the licensing fee, like a funeral home?
Well, we were, but now the issue is our biggest cost is actually inspecting all the recipients.
Oh, I understand that.
Yeah. And so maybe we do need to come back and revisit this inspection fee for anatomical facilities. And I would count under facilities a permanent, freestanding, or even a temporary one.
Correct. So Commissioner, let me make this statement and see if this works with kind of this flow chart in our heads. Is the registered people are the willed body programs and the NATOs, period. And they pay a fee for that, correct?
Correct.
So and then period. On the inspection fees, the willed body program has already paid in a registration fee. Their inspections are included. So we don't charge the willed body programs another inspection fee. You can't charge a NATO. Well, you could if you want to do a spot check.
We can charge them an additional money to cover the cost. We can charge a NATO an inspection fee.
So let's say
so the point I'm trying to say is we want to make this consistent with the funeral establishment. So we're not going to charge inspection. We didn't think about charging inspection fees to NATOs and to willed body programs. But when it comes to the recipient facilities, we can't charge them a registration fee. So how else do we recover the cost of sending our inspector all across Texas to go inspect, a place out in El Paso?
Right. No, I agree with you. What I'm asking is, if a NATO has paid a registration fee of $2,500 and you have the ability to do another inspection of them, are you going to go charge them another $500 to go inspect them if they've already?
We don't do that for the funeral establishments. When we go out and do a spot inspection of a funeral establishment, we don't go ding them for another fee just because we did a spot inspection.
I just want to clarify that. So then that takes care of everything. You have your registration entities, which are willed body programs and NATOs. Inspection fees are anatomical facilities, willed body programs, and NATOs. But the NATOs and willed body programs.
The inspection fees for NATOs and willed body programs are paid for by their we could say that they're exempt from inspection fees, because we can do that. And we're only going to charge inspection fees to the anatomical facilities, and that's going to allow them to carry their weight.
Right. There you go. That's exactly right. That way, and they're on a 3-year term just like everybody else is. So if you've got Mighty gets inspected, you don't inspect them for 3 more years, period. So that, in essence, takes care of registration fees for the 2 entities of willed body programs and NATOs. Inspection fees, everybody can get them, but we're going to make willed body programs and NATOs exempt. We're going to anatomical facilities, when you want to be an anatomical facility and want to be approved, you're going to get an inspection. I would say that when these anatomical facilities when they get approved by an inspection, there's got to be something else more than, well, we've been inspected and we've gotten our approval for inspection. I still believe they should have something where they're forced to register. They receive
they're going to register, but we just can't charge a fee for that because the statute doesn't allow us to charge a registration fee for them.
That's what I wanted to get to, is the anatomical facilities still have to register. They still have to be inspected. Their only fee they're getting asked for is the inspection fee, correct?
That's right.
And then they get a certificate they can put on their wall to show, and they're listed on the funeral commission site. So anybody who wants to send to them can say they're on the list, they're approved. At least I know that part of the beginning step process. And then the transfer fees are only for, this is the last fee part, is the willed body programs. When they transfer, they have to.
They charge the receipt and distributing bodies and anatomical specimens to, am I reading this right? We can't charge it to the NATOs. So the only other people we could charge it to would be the willed body programs. Am I wrong on that? Who else would we charge it to? I guess we could charge a fee to receive a specimen on a facility.
Okay, so you've asked the facility.
That would seem to create more work for the agency to collect nickel and dime fees than, right? I mean, tell me, Maria. I don't.
Trying to figure this out, because even if we're not charging a fee, I'm going to have to allocate a staff member to look over the paperwork, to review that paperwork before it's even approved on that. So I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of, if we're not going to charge NATOs, but we're still going to have the workload from staff, then how do we go by that? And where do we would include the other the fees without burdening the will body programs, since they're the only ones that we can charge some fees and not the NATOs or the anatomical facilities.
Well, before you consider it a burden, I would imagine that if UT Southwestern is going to send 1,000 bodies to Oklahoma, and if you guys have a transfer fee for each of those bodies, that UT Southwestern is going to be charging Oklahoma those costs through pricing, and they'll get their money back.
But I don't even know, Dr. Ali, is a notification, the notification that's been discussed, where is that something we're proposing, or is that currently in statute, or what? What's the reason for the notification? Because I don't think there's any burden at all whenever a NATO is involved with sending tissue to the anatomical facility. I don't think that it creates any burden for Maria's team.
It shouldn't, but here's what I think the philosophy behind it is the state of Texas would like to know what's coming in and out, to create a database to understand what's coming in and going out. And whether that's in statute or not, and whether that's what the commission wants to know or not, that's what I've been told in the past, that they just want to know what's coming in and out in a database to understand the tissue moved in and out.
The state or between entities?
The commission.
Mike, it's
Yes,
more
sir.
or less on that. What Dr. Ali's referencing is the state, when Tropical Storm Allison hit us and it wiped out all the will body programs and everything. No one knew where body parts was or anything in the state. You know, people would find them everywhere, and they'd have to stop job site down on all the cleanup and stuff. So it's one of those where the state would like a database knowing if something does happen, natural disaster, if y'all send in 10 bodies down to UTMB, that they'll know that they're here, that they'll know that when the news breaks that, hey, there's people are floating around, we know that some of these are not, living, but we're living and stuff like that. It was a big issue after all the hurricanes. So I understand where they want to register everything. The state needs register of what's coming in.
What about a NATO that operates in the state, though? It's not coming into the state.
That's another good question, is that because of how the statute was set up, it blinded the state of the knowledge of the interstate transfer by NATO. So
I think
that's why we were talking with the receiving facilities with registration and inspection. I mean, I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if they're an anatomical facility that you send a chain of custody information whenever you receive a transfer, or what.
Yeah, 691-029 says the commission may receive, distribute, and transfer a body or anatomical specimen from inside or outside this state. But like you said, if a NATO who isn't currently reporting these to us just does an intra-state transfer, we have no visibility on that. I don't.
Do you need visibility on keeping it in state? Because a few years back, the whole issue and argument and concern was we have no idea what's leaving our state or coming into the state. You have accountability in will body programs because they have to register every donor and get a donor number. The NATOs, per the current Senate bill, don't have to register the bodies with the state of Texas. What I'm asking here is on things coming in or leaving, that the state is notified. If a will body program is going to send them out, they have a transfer paperwork they have to send, get it approved, and they can send the bodies out to other states. And we've talked about the onus is on where they're sending it to. On the NATOs, whether you're sending it out or in, it's a notification that 10 bodies are coming in, they're going to Mighty. That way the funeral commission knows. That way if the news reporter shows up and says, hey, there's 10 bodies here at Mighty, you can say, absolutely, that was registered with us. That's going to approve the anatomical facility, and that's approved NATO. It just gives good transparency and good public trust that we know what's coming in and out. Interstate, or intra, INTRA. And trust state, that's already here. It's going, now the question is if it's a NATO and they're sending it to Mighty, does the commission need to know that?
And us as natives, we can provide that information upon request as well.
Correct,
Right.
exactly. That's what I'm getting to is it just needs to be available in case the commission needs to know. Um, the question maybe we're asking here is, do you have to notify that transfer of specimen intra? And are we also saying interstate that we're supposed to notify and let the commission know?
Under current commission rule, which is the old SAB rule, we have a notification requirement to enter the state, and we have a discretionary permit that the commission issues to export out of the state.
Okay, so currently you have to follow SAB rules until they're supplanted.
Correct. Y'all are going to
Right.
propose something to replace that, hopefully.
Correct.
Later.
Is that just to clarify?
Let's get back to fees here because this is our fee discussion. I think just my opinion here is we have a registration requirement for the NATO. We have a registration requirement for the Will Body Program. We have an inspection fee for the recipient facility, for the anatomical facility. Ultimately, the NATOs have no fee for transfers, right?
Mm-hmm.
But how are we going to pay for our database, right? We have a $60,000 plus database that we have to pay for. Is that all going to be on the backs of the Will Body programs? Or should that be on the backs of the recipient facilities that are using the specimens? That's the question you guys got to.
Right. If I understand, Maria, correct me if I'm wrong, we have hundreds of anatomical facilities currently registered with the Funeral Commission. Am I off on that?
About that number, if I remember correctly.
And Commissioner Opiola, my thought process is if you've got hundreds of anatomical facilities that are paying an inspection fee, and they're doing this every 3 years, that the revenue generated just from that alone, depending on what that inspection fee price is, should be quite significant to cover any kind of initial website design, and the maintenance of that should only be about 1/10 a year. Am I off on that?
Well, the inspection fee is going to actually, I mean, there's a real cost with sending Kyle out to El Paso. I mean, there's your $500 plus expense with a hotel room stay and some mileage right there, right?
Yeah, but you're going to charge that as expenses for travel, the personnel, and then there's the actual inspection fee itself. That's the way I look at it, is it's a plus, plus, plus. Here's what it charges. Here's what it costs a commission to send someone to El Paso. Here's a hotel. Here's the travel fees. And then to inspect your facility is a blank price.
No, we have a flat rate. We're not going to think of how many accountants we'd have to hire to keep track of all the different, mileage plus for that.
Well, we got to make sure that flat fee covers for those kind of excursions in essence, right?
And we could do that. If y'all don't want to assess a transfer fee for the anatomical facilities or, some to that effect, then we would just cover it in the inspection. We'd make the inspection $850 or, something like that. That would generate enough revenue to cover that database.
And these are every 3 years. So that's not too onerous if you look at it over 3 years. That's just up for discussion. I mean, I have an anatomical facility, so I have to be careful as to what I say. But at the same time, I think everybody should carry the burden. There's registration fees, there's inspection fees, there's whether we decide transfer fees or not. Obviously, if we take the transfer fees down, the Will Body programs will have a big burden taken off of them.
Not only that, on your inspection fees, when you talk about the little small rural area, it's not going to take as long as a big facility with multiple labs in it. So the inspection fee across the board the same, is going to be very.
But the travel cost to go to a rural area is going to be higher than having one in Houston or Austin or some place where we already have an inspector. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
I
so
think it evens itself out, Kurt.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
have a
the
problem with having a flat fee
Yes,
that
but when we come down to it, the real cost of the agency is paying for rental car and hotels.
yeah.
So between your registration fees for the Will Body programs and NATO's, and that's not that many, right? There's only a handful of Will Body programs, 15, 20.
No,
And
it's
the registered
11 of them, I
NATO's,
think. I think
right?
there's
The registered,
11 of them.
okay. And then the registered NATO's are about 7, I believe. So you got 18 entities, give or take a few, paying a registration fee every
Uh,
2 years.
they're not paying registration. NATO's are exempt, remember?
No, they're not exempt from the registration fee.
Not the registration.
Yeah, put in your bucket registration fees or Will Body programs and NATO's. Anatomical facilities have to register, but they don't pay, right? So there's 18 entities paying whatever number we pick for registration. The inspection fees are going to fall on, it sounds like the anatomical facilities will cover the vast majority of that because there's so many of them. And that's where the burden on the funeral commission of sending Kyle Bass out. Will body programs and NATO's are exempt from inspection fees, but they can be inspected if needed. And then the transfer is the last part we got to of if we have all the above going, do we need a transfer fee that the commission has to mind everything coming in, charging, collecting that money? Or do we put it more as to a notification? You just need to notify this is being brought in. I'm an approved entity. I'm sending it to an approved entity. You know now where this body's going, so you have transparency into that, and that's it. There shouldn't be a fee to that.
I have a question, follow-up question to that, and maybe Kurt can provide some color for this. What if we increased the registration fee for will body programs and got rid of the transfer fee altogether?
But you could put
Wouldn't
everything
that
at the
be,
exact same price, right? The NATO's
wouldn't that be easier for Maria's team to manage?
Get rid of transfer fees across the board and just increase the registration fee on the, it's you're muted.
Okay, so.
I've got it up on the screen so you can see it.
Not being an accountant, but that's gonna really offset the overall budget for the anatomical half of the TFSC's responsibility, because right now at 175 per specimen, it generates a recovery that is going to be probably 3 times as much as the registration fee being increased by $1,500.
Yeah, just with last week's with the 1,700 specimens that were transferred, that's over $300,000 just on the transfer that Vicky said last Wednesday. So if you're going to take 11 will body programs, split them up 300,000, you're going to have.
What Maria is telling me is that even if you set the will body program registration at 1,000, you would still it will not offset the revenue that we have off the transfer fees.
Not even
Correct.
Right.
And not only that, with the 11 programs, there's only 4 will body programs that actually send specimens out to other facilities. The other ones are just they don't transfer anything. So it's one of those where it's really 4 programs that will be sending or covering mostly everything of the will body programs.
If I could make a suggestion that we leave the transfer fees alone, if you continue with the registration pricing that we have here for the will body programs and the NATO's and the inspection fees for the anatomical facilities, the transfer fees do hit the will body programs. But like I said, I would imagine those will body programs recover that cost by charging the receiving entity that transfer fee. So you pay,
You're correct.
yeah, I pay A&M, I pay UT, and then whatever the university has paid the funeral commission, that's part of the process, right? But what I will say, excuse me, and it's totally fine. The anatomical facilities are going to start bearing the majority of the costs in because it's a pass-through cost from the will body program on the transfer fee and the inspection fees, which is fine. I don't have a problem with it because I think there should be, that's where the bulk of the, inspections are going to happen because if there's only so many will body programs in NATO's, there's not a lot of inspections there. We can't even inspect the NATO's, but and the registrations are pretty minimal when you look at it, but it's the anatomical facilities or inspections to make sure it's at the right place, the right group doing it, all those kind of things is a lot of the costs. Then I'm fine with keeping the transfer fees. We know exactly who's going to pay registration fees. We know exactly who's going to pay inspection fees. And we know the transfer fees, though they're charged to the Will Body Program, not the NATOs, they will recover their costs to the entity receiving. That creates enough revenue that should take care of any costs to the funeral commission, and everybody should be pretty copacetic with that. Is that off? Does anybody have a major issue with that structure?
No, we'll just need to make another adjustment to our.
I can make that adjustment offline and then send it to Marie, and she can send it to the work groups so they can look at it and give a yay or nay. The inspection fees will have to be set by the funeral commission, so I'll leave that blank. So we'll have to decide if they have 300 anatomical facilities, what's the flat fee? And they need to pick an appropriate number that makes sense. And obviously, I believe they'll do that with the current leadership. And then that takes care of a lot of the revenues.
Okay, what if we just change the word initial registration to initial inspection right here for anatomical facility? And then the triennial renewal inspection is $600. There we go.
Or it's just.
Yeah, because you can't charge them for registration, right? We just said that.
So we
right? That's right. I see what you're saying.
Inspection or triennial. It's a 3-year inspection.
Gotcha.
Or renewal. You just say renewal inspection. How about that?
And does it need to be a discounted rate, or does it need to be the same?
Well, how many of these anatomical facilities actually continued in operation after 3 years, right? I mean, I'm thinking, am I thinking about this like if you have a temporary facility that's set up at a non-standard area, are they going to?
Well, if you had it, say, let's just use a ballroom, and I don't care which one, and it was inspected and approved. They have 3 years for any vendor or any medical device company to contact them and say, I want to conduct a bioskills training at your approved facility. If they see that is good for business, so to speak, they're going to continue to re-up their certification or their inspection so that their facility is a utilizable facility. So I would say out of the 100, what do you guys think? I think probably 2/3 of them will probably continue to re-up, and 1/3 of them will be tried to get off the ground, didn't quite make it, possibly, type of situation. But I think you're going to see that they're probably going to hold pretty true once they figure out the revenue stream.
Yeah, like brick and mortars obviously are going to stay there. The mobile or adaptable rooms, whether it's a convention center setup or a hotel ballroom setup, those kind of things. I want to get into the philosophy of should they be inspected every time, because they do. They change walls, they move things, they do it in a different room. It's not the same room, just like a standalone brick and mortar facility has built that doesn't change and have a wedding there in the same room afterwards. It's an ever-changing thing. So should it be inspected every time a lab is to be going there? Or do you say one time, hey, we've looked at your giant ballroom, you're good to go, but we're going to close these 2 walls this time. We're going to do that and change the configuration of it. That's a much deeper talk about how you inspect a brick and mortar versus an adapting temporary skills lab. And are you going to charge them every time they change the room around and do different things? Or if they're truly dedicating, ballroom A to this is where the only place we do our labs, this is the way we're always going to set it up.
We inspect per event right now.
For the temporary.
So perhaps with the anatomical facility, we do it just like our 1-pager states down at the bottom of where it's going to be used, and we categorize it in those 2 categories, traditional and non-traditional. And perhaps with it being per request, if we're going to do that for a non-traditional, then it's just a per request inspection fee for that group because it's non-traditional, like Dr. Ali alluded to, is that it could change from ballroom A to ballroom B, and ballroom B may not meet the necessary requirements. And then if it's an anatomical brick and mortar facility, or if it's something of the nature of, say, what we call the striker trucks, where they have an orthopedic truck that is approved, that can fall under the anatomical facility. I mean, I know it's non-traditional, but we just have to categorize it.
Right. Well, there's purpose built and there's not purpose built, right? There's the convention center wasn't purposely built for a skills lab. It was built for meeting space, right? And the ballroom was meant for meeting space too. But purpose built, if you build an anatomical facility inside of a medical school, you're not having a dance event in there. It's always, for that purpose built. So you can add a line here saying, anatomical facilities, whether you want to call it temporary, this could be one of our definitions, non-traditional, whatever the definition is, and they have a per event inspection fee, which could be the same, less, whatever you guys think is appropriate, which then anytime you have these kind of non-traditional sites get inspected, because you're going to have to send some there to inspect every time, there's got to be a fee for that to cover that cost.
That purpose built also, for me, that category is also, a hospital, surgery center.
Correct.
It's the same.
Right, exactly. Yes, sir. And we can always throw that in one of our files that we have the scope of definitions and what a purpose built versus, non-traditional, those kind of things. We can, write that down and clarify that. So then Maria's team can know this is a purpose built one or a traditional one or non-traditional.
Okay.
And I think if we make it in alignment with our one pager of whom it's checking off of, who they provide to, it'll help flow from rule to application of initiation of the fee.
So, okay. You that's good. That would be the way to do it. Like you're doing non-traditional per inspection, per event inspection fee.
Right.
I like the term purpose built as well, because someone might think that a hospital is a traditional place to conduct a lab.
So we should define that in a area that actually defines what non-traditional and traditional purpose built, however wording we want to use, right? I think that's key, that people know. So Maria's team can be like, I don't have to try to guess. I know exactly what it is.
But aren't the non-traditionals not purpose built? Purpose built are your anatomical facilities. Your purpose, non-purpose built. There we go. Okay.
Sure. Appreciate that. Yep. Good catch.
Is 600 enough to send someone out to Dallas or Maria?
I would say that. Well,
you think so? Okay.
I'm sorry, what was that, Jason?
I would say that I wouldn't have an objection with it being the same as what we have for initial inspection, bid $1,000, because that's probably our average for long distance and short distance. It's all going to wash back and forth. So I think you'd be safe in that range.
And I think your renewal inspection would have the same cost basis as well.
Yes, correct. Because you're looking at 3 years down the road.
Okay.
We don't expect to be more than 1,000.
No.
What I said earlier, we can go lower. We might go lower, but we ain't gonna go higher than 1,000.
Well, I also think on the anatomical facility renewal inspection, your cost is the same, right? You still have to send Kyle Bass, like you said, hotels, rental car, fuel. What costs decrease between the initial and the renewal?
Well, we don't need it on Ali. If you look, we don't need that at the bottom because there is no renewal for per event.
Thank you.
Per event.
You're right. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you. So there is no initial. It's always going to be a per event.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And just the 600 to 1,000 on your anatomical facility, 3 boxes up.
This one here.
The 600 below. The renewal of your inspection.
Keep it
your
the same
anatomical-
price.
Yes. Yes. Since it's a 3-year period, it's still going to have the same
Okay.
cost involved.
Okay. So these are registration fees, these top ones. These are in essence inspection fees, correct?
That's why we say inspection. Yep.
Correct. Okay, inspection, and these say registration, renewal, registration, renewal. Okay, that's correct. Okay, with those changes, I want to make sure that our motion still stands.
Registration, biennial renewal, and inspection fees.
Correct. That's the change we're making in this, correct? Let me take this off all caps. Does that correctly cover what we just changed up there? If so, I'd like to make a motion to retract our previous motion. Is that correct, Chairman Opiola? That we need to retract it first?
Yeah. So you move to reconsider the vote by which the previous motion was adopted. Someone has to vote, make the motion who voted in the affirmative, which all of you voted for it. So any of you can do it. And then the next motion is to adopt a substitute motion.
Okay.
It's
So
two
I'll make a
motions.
motion to reconsider our previous motion to be adopted with this motion. Can I get a second to that motion?
Second.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, the ayes have it. Well, any nays? Okay, the ayes have it. So we've retracted to reconsider, and the new motion put forward is what's on here on the screen. I move the State Anatomical Advisory Committee recommend to the Funeral Commission the adoption of 22 TAC 210.27C, establishing tiered initial registration, biennial renewal, and inspection fees at the moderate scenario levels, and a 2-year registration term. 2-year registration and inspection term, correct?
It's a triennial inspection term. Triennial.
And a triennial inspection term that the committee requests that the commission staff verify the proposed amounts against actual administrative costs. Can I get a second for that motion?
Second.
Thank you. I have a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 3 ayes. I need a 4th eye.
Aye.
Okay, there's a
Aye.
4th eye. Okay, so the motion, any nays? Any further discussion? The motion passed.
Just a quick discussion.
Yes, sir.
Triennial inspection terms, is that going to be valid based on how we put in for the per event?
Well, in our, this is all going to get turned into them. This will have a per event inspection, though it's not in the motion. Do we need to put in the motion?
You could put or per event inspection as applicable.
Correct.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so let me restate the initial motion. So the motion restated is I move the State Anatomical Advisory Committee recommend to the Funeral Commission the adoption of 22 TAC 210.27C, establishing tiered initial registration and biennial renewal and inspection fees at the moderate scenario levels, and a 2-year registration and triennial inspection term or per event inspection as applicable, and that the committee requests the commission staff verify the proposed amounts against actual administrative costs. Can I get a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we have 4+ ayes. Thank you. All against, say nay, please. Any discussion? Okay, the motion passes. All right, wow. Just as a personal, at 12 o'clock, I have a hard stop because I have a funeral to go to. So just kind of letting you guys know. So inspection, brief two, we said we're just going to skip that because it's already been taken care of in brief one now. We talked about the NATO distribution exemption. That's per Senate Bill
Do we have to have a
2040.
rule that says that? I know Brandon said that we should, or Mike, I can't remember, but I always hate restating stuff that is in statute.
Okay, then if what we're restating here is exempt for any fee for receiving or distributing a body anatomical specimen will remain subject to registration, inspection, verification, identification. I don't have a problem with restating that if that's a major issue, but it's already in the Senate bill. The NATO groups, do you all have an issue of doing this or not doing this?
This is specifically just confirming that the anatomical facilities that receive tissue from NATOs don't have to pay a transfer fee, right?
Per our fees that we just set up there,
Correct.
the only transfer fees that will occur with the willed body programs as they send out.
I just know that there's.
Why don't y'all go back and did you have your transfer fee discussion? I know
That's a whole other section.
Yeah, wouldn't it be more appropriate to have the transfer fee discussion and then put that in the transfer fee discussion instead of a separate?
Yes, because you can actually add this part of this motion into the transfer fee part when we get to it. There could be a line talking about the NATOs, and it could be a line about are the anatomical facilities paying a transfer fee or not when we get to that section.
Okay.
Real quick on unique identifiers. This is going to be mostly regarding the will body programs, but I think the idea is, my thought process is we don't charge a tag fee that's to the NATO or to the will body program. They make their own tags, but they're followed the funeral commission's provided donor number, and that there's some kind of set process and what that donor number looks like going forward versus what each group decides to put, at least a minimum requirement. But let me just show you what we discussed the last few meetings. And that is, one of the things is we've got enough fees ready for everything. My thought is there should be no tag fee. The university or the NATO is making their own tags. That's their own cost they make. They take the numbers from what the funeral commission distributes to them, meaning there's A&M's tag fees for this tag numbers, use them. Same with every other entity that has to do a tag. And that there's a unique.
We just created a whole software program for creating the tags.
Yeah, I thought it was the Funeral Service Commission is going to supply the tags like they used to, is what I understood too.
Okay, so you're just going to send like a stack of 1,000 A&M and 1,000 UT and just go that way? That's fine. I was just trying to make this easier, but if that's the way that is the easiest for everybody to follow, then.
I mean, previous conversations led to believe that we were going to move with TFSC providing the tags. So we've been working towards that.
Yeah, we've spent a whole month putting together software. Y'all looked at it. At least Kurt, I think, looked at it. This is kind of a reversal of everything we invested in thus far. But I see the merit in this, but would have been nice to know this before today.
I didn't know you guys were working on software on this, but when a university gets the tag, are they going to add an additional tag if they take an extremity off? And how are they going to mark that so you know exactly, or there's going to be a nomenclature behind it as to how you're going to qualify these parts? And that's what this went through, just to give an idea or a general framework. You can take this brief and use it in your software program you're building. You can throw it in the trash. It's kind of up to the group as to what you want to do. My only thought was, if you're going to make these tags, you're going to be sending these tags to all these universities, and there's going to be a bucket full of tags that they have to go to. And to me, that doesn't make much efficiency sense versus that university creates their tag as they go along. And if they have any disarticulated parts, they take that exact same tag number and put a dash in whatever the disarticulated parts are. So that way there's a good chain of custody to follow where these parts are going.
I would say
But
that I would say that we don't make it any more onerous than what statute requires, because I think statute just says that we need to have a unique identifier, right?
Correct. And this is a unique identifier, and it just comes down to what the commission wants and how they want to proceed with this.
In the past, when it's come from the SAB, it was all uniform. Right now, every will body program has different tags. Some have paper tags, some are, printing their own tags, and some are imprinting with, just a regular Amazon tags from. So the universal is much better when the SAB sent them out, and because they allocated each school with their number tags. But what I understand with the new website is each will body programs have their own unique numbers that they're going to send to them, is what it was last I heard. And they're going to identify off of that. Because right now we maintain, the tag comes to us, and then anything that we disarticulate, Dr. Ali, we do numberize, that it goes back into our own local database that comes back to the donor when we do cremate.
I would ask you, Kurt, what's wrong if everybody has their own system? As long as it's indelible, it stays with the tissue, doesn't fall off, can't get destructed. Each piece of tissue is labeled the same as the parent. I mean, with the same unique identifier. What's wrong with that system?
It was just not universal with all schools. I mean, different schools have different, because we paid for the tags in the past when you registered them. So that's one of the things that they gave you to it. Everything had their own unique tag to their own school. Right now, everybody is just using whatever tag they can buy off Amazon, because no one's given us anything in the last 2 years since tags have ran out. Everybody's just making their own tags.
Well, what I would suggest
the state don't even know what numbers that people are signing to the different ones. So right now I could have duplicate numbers, because the state, whenever it went out, it was like 98,000. They gave me 98, 100 through 500. After that 500 left, I went to 501. 98501 is what my SAB numbers are, or just say that right now. Other schools, if they had 98, they just started putting their own numbers down. So there's no school right now that has the same, that might have duplicate numbers. So with the state giving us our own tags to specific to the school, there would be no confusion at all from the state or anything like that, because they'll be registered in the database that they already have, that they're making right now on the website.
Maybe more to a recommendation on the framework of how this identifier number works. So however the software is being worked on, I would highly suggest to you that something should say what will body program it's coming from, the year, and then whatever your unique identifier is, that's fine. That way, if I get a body from A&M or I get one from UT, I can look and say exactly where it came from. I know because of the identifiers, it's the same nomenclature, right? It's the same framework, versus you guys just put a 01, and I don't know if that's A&M or UT, and the other group puts 5 letters on it. That makes no sense to me, because it's just their anatomical division of one facility on their campus, versus something that anybody can look at, whether it's a police officer or a physician at a lab can say, oh, this is from Will Body Program A&M, and it's this year, and there's a unique identifier. That way it never overlaps with anybody else's, but it follows the same framework. And if the NATOs are following the general framework too, if we give it unique identifier, we know exactly what it goes back to. At least everybody's following the same framework. And not to saying that you have to do it this way in this example here, but we need to make sure that the appropriate things are on there. But if you're going to start passing out, my problem when we had the SABs, I'd get tags from 1 to 200. And the next time I'd ask, it wouldn't be 201, it would be like 800. So it looked like numeric, like there's a 600 gap in there, and it just made no sense when you're looking at it, versus no, it should always be numeric for me because I'm a particular entity and it should stay like that. But that's not what it was. And the numbers were jumping all around and it was hard to follow.
Correct. That's where we were. Some other entity had those 600 numbers in between. So whoever requested on the SAB, if I ran out of tags, I went on the website and ordered another 1,000, and it would give me the next number in line. And then the next school would do the same thing. But with the new system, there is going to be, that old system, it did have specific will body program names on the tag stating where it came from, so we
the centralized system will alleviate a lot of what both Kurt and Dr. Ali are talking about. You will have identifiers specific to the will body program or the intake program on that tag. It also will state you donated human tissue on that tag. It'll have whatever numbering or characters on that that identifies not only the body, but as well possibly, depending on how they set it up, the entity in which it came from. But the other is any duplicates that are made to identify any offsetted disarticulated parts should mirror exactly the same information with the exception of the dash HNTSP or whatever. And that way, if, like you were saying, if you had received a multitude from multiple vendors, if you will, not vendors, but suppliers, and you finish your course, you go back, this is A&M's body, this is Tech's body, this is UT's body, and you put them back into their dispersing containers so that they can go back.
Correct.
Hey, and Mike, the SAB's always supplied the tags. The only last 2 years is the only time they have never supplied tags for the will body programs.
Yeah. I would just say that I think that statute allows for NATOs to, as long as NATOs are having a unique identifier, I think that we're covered. I don't think that we would necessarily have to be the same as will body programs in this regard. As long as it's a unique identifier, I think that it can be separate. It can be different.
Yeah,
and this would actually
identifies your entity.
Yeah, and so our tags actually also have a QR code so that we can scan that tissue into our database system for tracking purposes.
Yeah, this wasn't to force the NATOs to particular. Obviously, the whole concept here is we have a unique identifier that does not tell you who the donor is, right? And then you're able to follow it on your chain of custody. It's more of a framework like, let's make sure we have some logic behind the way we do this. We're not having these giant gaps in numbers. And anybody who looks at this outside of us who are specialists in this realm can put it together logically and say, I see how these numbers are going. I see the parts that are disarticulated. I can follow it back on a chain of custody. It just makes good sense. We can delete this entire brief and just say, please use that framework of making sure it's logical and makes sense.
To make sure it has certain parameters that we all decide.
Right. That's exactly right.
Right.
So, I mean, the parameters, obviously, we're trying to say is you should be able to know where it's coming from. Whether it's a NATO will body program, you should be able to know it's from Mary or from UT Southwestern, right? There should be something on there that should help you know or understand where it's coming from. Because if you've got a lab with 20 stations and they're all doing right knees, and half are from A&M and the other half are this and that, something should be able to help you figure them out very quickly or logically. So just framework like that.
Well, we're designing a database to where everybody will have a unique identifier. And then you guys will be able to pick up where you left off if you need to reorder more tags. So it will not be that process as to it was before, that you will get different series of numbers after the fact. This will kind of help you with a unique identifier, the tag number itself, to request a set of tags will pick up from the previous one.
Right.
And Maria, that's just for the will body programs, right? The ordering the tags.
We're designing it for all the programs, the NATOs and the will body programs. I wasn't giving any other specifics, so we just threw everything in there.
I think the statute allows for us to use our own system as long as it's a unique identifier. I think it's duplicative if we force the NATOs into that program. Because we're required already by AATB to have a unique identifier. I think that statute allows us to continue using that, right?
Does your tag say for use for non-clinical research?
Our labeling does.
Then they meet the statute.
Right. My thought process on this is for the will body programs, but with what the Funeral Commission is doing with sending tags out, the NATOs create their own tags. Going back to my original statement is we're not here to maybe to tell people what you have to exactly, how your tag needs to be. It's got to go through the Funeral Commission. If the Funeral Commission wants to give tags out to the will body programs and they've got a system set up, great. If the NATOs have their own tag system set up, great. But as long as it follows the what's important to us, and that's, can you identify the part and can you take it back to the chain of custody form, and trace it back to donor consent, those kind of things. If it meets those requirements, then that's what we're asking for.
It's a cost. That's a cost saving too for the Funeral Service Commission if you ain't making tags for the NATOs.
Yeah, I think well, I'll stop there. I'll let the NATOs answer what they think about having the Funeral Commission make their tags for them.
Yeah, I think it'd be detrimental to our organization.
It won't have QR codes on there. It won't have all the things you guys. Now you have 2 tags on there you have to monitor.
So what if we didn't print your tags, but you just entered the information into the database just so we can keep track of it? Can y'all upload? We created a system for the will body programs to upload all of their information for the last 2 years into our system last month or 2 months ago, I guess. Can y'all just upload your information that you keep? Because frankly, when I look at the statute, it just requires you to keep the records and make them available to us, right?
Yeah, I think that just the way I read that is that we do make them available to you, but all you have to do is request them, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I think it's in the spirit of creating a database of knowing what's coming in and out. The Funeral Commission can always request, can you show us what you brought in this year? Send us your unique identifiers.
request them.
Right.
Yeah, but we don't have to create tags for the NATOs then, right?
I think that would be a very burdensome. And also, their system is a little bit different than yours. They meet the standard requirements of, I got a donor number, I can follow back and do my chain of custody. But having the Funeral Commission create their tags, that's why I was getting to the point of, why don't the will body programs create their own tags? You just tell them how to do it. This is what you're using, and let them create their own. But if you want to make their own form and hand it to them in buckets and let them manage it.
That's distributed by the commission.
What are you guys going to do if you have 100 tags laying there and you lose one of them? Because you have a bucket of tags versus as you go, you make the tag.
The problem, Dr. Ali, is we already created this system, and maybe we just abandon that cost. And it sounds like the will body programs want to have us generate their tags, and I think we've already walked down that road, and we just have the NATOs upload their information to us, and that way both parties fulfill their obligations. Am I wrong on that?
No, you're not. All the will body programs I've talked to want y'all to distribute them because there's so many different ways of making tags that it's not going to be universal. And to make sure everything that's required on there, it would be easier if y'all, the Funeral Service Commission, put all the requirements on there for the will body programs. NATO's can be exempt. They have their own system, and then all we're doing is duplicating it. I mean, somehow, whatever the way they, register theirs, but the will body programs, we would love for the Funeral Service Commission to supply them with the numbers. It just makes it easier because a lot of the small programs, they have one person that does everything, from UTMB to Baylor. They're not will body programs that don't send out specimens or transfer. They're small. They don't have the money to order this or the people to do this to make the tags and everything. So I recommend
the will body programs want the tags, and they pay for the tags.
Right.
NATOs don't want the tags. They don't pay for tags, right?
Yeah, they internal costs to them. So maybe the general, not a motion I'm making here, but the general statement is tags will be made by the Funeral Commission for the will body programs at said tag fee, which is what we need to establish here. NATOs will meet the minimum requirements of what a donor tag should be, right, per their AATB standards. But they're not required to get a tag from the Funeral Commission. And I mean, that's kind of it, right?
But I will tell you, I am asking, I know the statute, it's on request, but I want us to keep those records for the NATOs as well, because if a news reporter calls us and says, what's this? And we're going to have to call up a NATO and say, we got this tag, we don't know what this is, or law enforcement officer calls us doing it on demand, I think it's better that by statute, we have to maintain, hold on the records provision, don't we have to, let's see, one second. Shall keep identification records of each body donated to the commission and of each body or anatomical specimen distributed by the commission. Now, I know the NATOs are saying that they're not covered under that.
Yeah, because the bodies aren't donated to the commission.
Right, but you can set policy that says you need to notify us when a body's coming in and where it's going. So that way you have transparency of what's happening. And so when someone from the media calls you, you can say, yes, we were notified that these 10 are coming. Even if it's the day of, it doesn't matter, but they need to tell you when, because I understand sometimes the notification numbers change, the donors change and things, but letting the funeral commission know that these 10 were sent to Mighty at this time, or I think is appropriate on a database side of things. Is that burdensome to your groups of like Mary or Science Care?
What's the advantage? Like, what's the advantage to that?
It allows transparency for the commission to know what's coming in and where it's being distributed out to, period. There's
So
no
you
fee.
would,
There's not a fee.
what would you recommend what do you recommend the format is then? Like in general, like what would the format be?
I would imagine that you on the website, you have a place that says, I'm Mary, I'm a registered NATO, I'm approved by you guys, and I'm sending it to Mighty, which is an anatomical facility that's approved by you. And here are the donor numbers, period. That way they know.
For tissue being sent into the state, right?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just the database. They know that 10 arms came in or 10 bodies came in.
We could easily supply that.
I think so.
I don't think that's too onerous. Yes, sir.
Commissioner Obiella.
So this is supposed to be
before I pose my question. Yes, I had a question for you before I posed my question.
Go ahead, Jason.
So, Commissioner Obiella, I know we are talking and discussing the incoming things coming from out of state into state registration by the NATOs. Are you also wanting registration of any donors that are accepted through their program that are coming from the state of Texas? Death occurs in Texas and it enters into their program. Because if you are on either front, whether it's the coming in or the going out, we give Science Care their own login to the website, just like the Will Body programs do. They have their own access point. Perhaps their information that is required on their side is set up differently in the programming of the software, where they input donor identification that y'all are needing to register of the death, donor, incoming, whatever it may be. And it's just done per donor. That's the same way the Will Body programs do. When the death occurs, they upload the tag number, they upload the identifying information. It's all done automatically. It's just a simple click and input of information. You're able to run if you did have a request, if you were contacted by DPS, whatever it may be, with an identifying tag, whether it be an SAB, whether it be a TFSC generated tag or a NADO generated tag, you're able to go back into the database, put that identifier in, it pulls it back up. You know the point of origin, whether the death occurred in the state of Texas or out of the state of Texas, and it was imported in for an event, et cetera, et cetera. And then you have a running database. Or if you're still wanting that data, and like Mr. Houston has said, you can request it, then you put them on a quarterly notice that you need a report from them every quarter of all the donors in which they've been taken in the last quarter. So which way is going to be easier? I would say registering each death at the time of death into that database in those caveats is going to be the simplest form of formatting everything and running any report that's ever needed.
I agree.
From staff time, Maria says that she agrees. Having to process big spreadsheets of stuff takes staff time. So talking to the NATOs that are on the call, do you have any objection to just entering it in as it goes?
Can you I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. Could you answer Jason's first part of his question before we answer that?
He just said yes.
I said maybe Tell me the question again, because I thought I answered it.
I felt you had. The question was, are we wanting registration of incoming from outside of the state and also registration of the death of a donor from inside of the state as well?
Yes.
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 I mean, we look
That's
at
what's required around the horn. That's what is required by statute, incoming and donated within the state.
But I think by statute, I think it's just the body's donated to the commission, right, Jason?
The commission is still wanting that information because they are the first line of questioning whenever anything comes up about a body part, piece, etc. And like I said before, if y'all don't want to do it because it doesn't say it's by statute, then they can put you on a quarterly requirement to provide that information to them.
Yeah.
But take a look at 691.031. The commission shall adopt rules to ensure that each specimen received or distributed under this chapter, it doesn't say by the commission, it says everyone, is properly transported. 2, a label with the statement that the container's contents derived from human tissue is affixed to the container. 3, the person who has control or possession of the body or an anatomical specimen satisfactorily completes the information on chain of custody form, maintains a copy of the form, and transfers the form to any other person who they transfer the specimen to. The commission may employ a public carrier or transport bodies or anatomical specimens distributed by the commission. That's specific to commission, but all the rest of this is applicable to everyone. C, each body or anatomical specimen shall be carefully deposited and transported with the least possible public display. D, each person or institution who sends a body or anatomical specimen under this chapter, and this chapter contains NATOs, it contains will bodies, contains everyone, under this chapter shall keep on permanent file a description of the body or anatomical specimen that includes a deceased name, if known, color, sex, age, and place and supposed cause of death, and any other information available for the identification of the body or anatomical specimen such as the existence of scars or deformities. E, the sender shall mail or otherwise safely convey to the person or institution from whom they're sent the description required by subsection D. The person or institution receiving the body or anatomical specimen shall immediately and safely transmit to the sender a receipt containing the full terms of the description furnished by the sender. And then F is the one that I'm worried about. The sender and receiver of each body or anatomical specimen shall file the records required under this section in accordance with commission rules so that the commission or a district or county attorney may inspect the records at any time. That's why y'all have to give us these records. You have to file with us these records, because if a DA or a county attorney say they're doing an investigation, they need to be able to access those records. And that's not just bodies received by the commission. That's any specimen received or distributed under this entire chapter. So yeah, I do want it. Because the statute requires us to adopt a rule so that the commissioner, county or district attorney can examine those records.
The software y'all are developing is going to make this seamless and effortless in reference to the data uploading on both sides of the fence. I can assure you that, because myself and Kirk have been around long enough when it all went from manual and we had to type everything into a prescribed format. Nothing could have any stray marks. So having someone who's already doing the intake of your donors, uploading the proper questions and information that's asked on that database is going to be seamless.
Like a minute or two per donor, something like that, probably.
Probably.
However long it takes you to type in and get a number.
Right. Commissioner, can I
for y'all, for the will body programs, we're going to give you the tags with the numbers. For the NATOs, you're going to just type in whatever number your system you come up with, your little barcode scanners.
Commissioner, can I restate what you said to see if we can get close to a motion? In essence, that is, will body programs will be given tags by the Funeral Commission that they will use, and that will help create your database of knowing what donor was received, and a unique identifier tag being given to it. You guys will establish a tag fee to create a running database, not a quarterly database. Obviously, if the will body programs are getting the donor tags given to them and they're uploading as they assign them, you'll keep a running database there. The NATOs now will go on an approved NATO that's able to operate in the state of Texas, sending to an approved anatomical facility or will body program, or wherever they're sending the tissue to that's approved to, will also go into the database with their login, log in the minimum requirements necessary by the Veterinary Commission to keep this database moving forward. That way, it's always up to date. It needs to have some kind of editable kind of thing, because if they load up these 10 identifier numbers and then 4 days before the lab, they have to change some of those numbers. Or are we saying, as soon as you have identified the 10 you're sending, you're shipping those 10, you need to load that up, whether it's 2 days before, 3 days before, it doesn't matter. I just need to know the running identification and numbers for a running database. Is that correct in mostly what you're saying, sir?
I would prefer that it's real time. The statute doesn't require that. It just says that you shall file the records required under this section in accordance with the commission rules. So really, that's up to this body to come up with those rules. But that's
I would recommend it's a real
Maybe that's
time.
too big of a burden for the NATOs. Y'all need to tell us that.
I think we're talking about two different things here. It's the intake of the donor at time of death. So when they're received at the mayor, for example, call that 2 days later, we would assign a unique identifier. Then we would go into the Texas system, put in the information that you guys need.
No, Jason, let me stop you. I don't think that's what we're talking about here. I thought we were talking about the transferring of bodies in and the transferring of bodies out. Right?
Yeah,
I don't need to know when your donor.
A base record for that specimen, right? If you're going to track where it's transported.
So
Right,
it's a 2-point, Dr. Ali. For clarification, it's a 2-point. You are correct. We are talking about the registration of transferring in from out of state. That's 1 point that they're going to have access to in the database.
Correct.
Is intake. It's coming in. The other half of that is a donor that dies within the confines of the state of Texas will be registered that their death and into the system as a death going to donation for their organization. So even if Mary has a death and it's going to go to Tennessee, the death is still registered in Texas as a donor to the TFSC. So that's a 2 point in their stuff.
Correct. In essence, import and export, right? And if it's an export, it's coming out of the state of Texas, like it passed in Texas, that needs to be registered. Correct.
Right. The death in Texas has to be registered as an anatomical donor.
And we would just need, a little bit of time in terms of obviously that donor being transported. It wouldn't be that same day. It wouldn't be the date of the death. But we'd have some time to enter that information. And plus, once we receive the donor physically here at Mary, that's when we assign the unique identifier. And that can be done in real time as part of what we call our processing.
I think, Jason, that's fine. Nobody expects this within hours or minutes. This is within, the few days that it takes to get in, clean, serology, those kind of things, and know that it is a donor pool. Because what if it has hepatitis and you decide to take it out of donor pool? I think that should still be stated, but yes, you will have time to be able to put this in a kind of a running database.
I think as long as you put it in before it leaves your facility, right? I mean, because this is all about keeping track of it.
The will body programs will have no problem on real time uploading, because when a body comes in, like we don't have a bucket of tags. Say they give me 500, we doing 100 sets and they're under lock and key. When a body comes in, there's only 3 of us. One of us will assign a tag, and then we got to have 2 verifications of other people, one faculty, to verify that everything is correct on there. So I mean, we don't just have buckets laying around them with that. But on their part, on the NATOs, it'd be a 2-tier system or a 2-tab system on the website. One, just to register the donor that they're leaving the state. Hey, John Doe died at MD Anderson, and they're sending it out to Mary. Register it. And then another tab for when they're bringing incoming parts, bodies, or anything like that, to register that part. Is what I'm thinking. Sounds like the easiest part for everybody to understand.
Yeah, because
but what we're talking about here is the fee. Right? Can we just establish a tag fee here and work on the rest later. I'm
Yeah.
sorry to say, because
Yeah, no,
I know
absolutely.
people have to leave in an hour, so that's why I wanted to at least get us through this.
So why don't we pick that fee? It's been 16 in the past. Someone had said 25 in the last meeting. Is 25 the tag fee that you're looking to assess the will body programs? Will
Any
body
objections to 25? Is that,
I think we landed on 50, but I'm not sure. I mean,
hold on, Maria's thinking that she landed on 50. Really, it's the will body programs that are bearing that. So
yeah.
do the will body programs
I
bear
like,
between?
I like the 25 better than the 50.
Well, I know you do, but we also have to pay for the
I
cost.
know.
So what,
No more than 50. What if we said no more than, no, not 500, 5 million?
Just kidding. Listen, we're going to solve this problem in one fee.
Yeah.
well, would doubling the last established fee meet the needs at 32, or do we change it to an even 35?
I'm going to allow the will body programs to make the recommendation, and I can make the motion and discuss.
Well, in the past, remember, it was $8. They doubled it, SAB doubled it to $16 to cover some costs, but there was no cost in it. So there were like $500,000 that just kept accumulating on that. That's why they suspended that fee.
This is, so we landed there, but we can go back and
So it's 50 per 100 or 50 per tag?
50 per 100.
This is 50
Per
per
100.
100 tags.
Oh, so that's
Yeah.
50 cents each.
50 cents each.
It's a lot less than $50.
Yes, sir. I'm all for that.
Is that what you're reading?
Yeah. that's
Okay,
right.
50 per 100 tags.
Okay.
Kurt has a problem with that. That's not enough, right, Kurt?
I mean, look, and what can be done is the commission can always revise this with the SAC's help or any input. But if we find out that we have an excess of money sitting around, yeah, the 50 cents per tag was correct. If it's we need to do more, then this could be a spot that can go back to the original $16 per tag that I don't think any of the will body programs are going to have a fit about, because once again, I believe that's a transfer cost to the next group getting it, unless they keep it for themselves, obviously.
Yeah, when it was $16, Dr. Ali, every will body program ate that, I think, because it wasn't very much.
Right.
So whenever TSC took over and they implemented the 175, instead of raising our cost recovery fees, we transferred the registration or the transfer fee to the vendor as a cost through to keep our cost recovery fees the same. So when it was 16, of course, if it went up to 175 to register them and everything, of course, that would be totally different. But now if it's going to be 50 at that, and I know how much the machine cost. I checked into the machine that the SAB did have, and the lowest was 38,000 for the machine itself for a new one. So I know that it depends on if the machine they got from the SAB still works and the computer and everything. So I know there's a cost.
That
per
part that
100.
does not work. The equipment that y'all transferred to us has never been functional.
Well, let's not worry about equipment and stuff. I just want to set this fee. I think 50 cents is quite low, but if the will body programs and the commission feels the cost recovery works, then that's great. If not,
I'm just reading from the document that the staff prepared. That's where we came up from it. And Maria's kind of like, well, we have to go back. Why don't we not to exceed? Why don't we leave it at what the SAB had? Not to exceed $15 a tag.
it was 16. Yeah.
16.
Okay, so make motion implement a $16 per fee tag. Okay.
Because y'all were obviously okay with it in the past. Because especially if we're having to buy another printer.
I think you need to state a fee not to exceed $16, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Not to exceed.
Okay.
Is that a correct statement there? I move to make a motion, implement a fee not to exceed $16 for donor tags issued to Will Body Programs, something of that sort?
Yep.
Okay, Will Body Programs, any discussion, issues?
Good to
I don't
me.
hear. So I will put the motion forward. I move to make a motion to implement a fee not to exceed $16 per donor tag issued to Will Body Programs by the TFSC. Can I get a second to that motion?
Should that be per donor tag?
Not to exceed $16 per donor tag.
Did I read that correct or?
That's correct.
A fee not to exceed $16 per donor tag issued to Will Body Programs by the Funeral Commission. Okay, so there's
Do
my
we need to
motion.
have that NATOs are exempt from utilizing these tags, but add that other information that we talked about, or is that too much?
Good question. We're talking about the whole database part. I think that's the part we can put in there at a different discussion, the whole two-tab systems, donor, imports, exports, all those kind of things, and that they will follow their own donor numbering requirements. But right now, it's just setting the fee.
All we're doing here is the fee. Let's
Okay.
just knock the fee out.
Okay. Then that's my motion. Can I get a second to that motion?
I second the motion.
Thank you. If there's no further discussion, all in favor say aye.
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 Okay, we have 4 plus. Any nays? Any further discussion? Okay, that motion there passes then. Okay.
Pushing along the transfer fee. What did we, or that's your WG1?
Yes, sir. 3.5. So this was kind of following some of the numbers we had put together, and we had looked at. We had some discussion as to, are you going to charge for the whole body, and what's if it's a disarticulated part? And thought process on this is $175 per body, and a per body meaning a torso or larger, right? So if it has the torso at the minimum or anything attached to the torso, we're calling that a whole body fee. If you're doing disarticulated parts, it's a 25 per specimen fee. And even though that sounds like if you had 10 disarticulated parts from a body that would go over to the 175, it doesn't matter that it's once it's disarticulated, it can still go over the whole amount. At some point when I'll just stop there and get feedback on this idea of there is no cap if parts are disarticulated into multiple parts. But once again, this is a pass-through cost to the client at the end. So even though you're being charged to do this, and this is the Will Body Programs only.
And Maria, staff, I think, determined that those numbers would recover our cost. So, Will Body Programs, y'all okay with that?
Was there previously a cap, Kurt?
No, there's not. It's been 175 per specimen, no matter what.
But I've broken this down to give a break that if it's in an arm,
no,
those kind of
no,
things.
definitely. Because right now, where I send, we have one vendor that we disarticulate into 6 spots or 6 pieces. So it would be a lot better than 175 times 6. That would be a lot easier on, of course, the vendors and everything on that. They would definitely love that.
Well, I mean, be careful here. What I would say is if you're doing a service, an anatomical service for them by disarticulating, but you're sending the whole body, you should still just charge 175. But if you're sending the left arm to Mighty and the right arm at the market, that's what a $25 per specimen fee is. If you're doing a dissection fee for them and you want to charge them whatever for your dissection time, that's on your program. But
so Well, right now, all six, when I disarticulate a body, it goes to this one vendor. All six pieces go in a body bag, but it's disarticulated, but it pieced together as a whole body. So right now the state is charging 175 per six, all six of those, 175 times six.
It doesn't make much sense to me. I would imagine that if you did a dissection service for them, you're sending the whole body
Correct.
together in the bag, it should be $175 one-time fee. If you're sending those 6 articulated pieces to different groups, then it's a
Of course.
25. That's right.
I agree with that. No, I agree with that too. The 175. If I'm sending all body
Right.
parts up on that one body and I disarticulate it in-house, but the whole specimens
Right.
together are going to the one entity. No, I would, everybody would appreciate that.
Right. And then, the chain of custody would obviously show that they were disarticulated but kept in the same bag. And obviously you'd have all the other parts of the chain of custody to follow that. So if you guys are okay with this concept,
Just for clarification for Maria and them on that, Dr. Ali, back into the box. Should we clarify torso or larger to be of corresponding or related torso of whole body? Where, say, we have 2 arms, 2 legs, but they're a different donor, and we're sending
Same donor.
same donor or original donor.
original, there you go.
Yeah.
Now, on
Yeah,
another thing, Dr. Ali, on the disarticulated part, can we put soft tissue on there with no bone connect? Because we send hearts and stuff like that out. Now, is that going to be?
It says it in here, sir, that whether it's in here or another part, another thing that talks about that an organ like a heart is considered, a part,
Okay.
right? And I can't remember where exactly I put this, or if it's a different brief. It may be in a brief for identifier, but let me look at what the recommended motion is here real quick. We can identify this disarticulated part up here, I guess, if it's not exactly in here. Does that help?
Oh, yes, sir. I get that question all the time. So because
Yeah.
a lot of people think they're exempt from that because there's no bone attached. And I'm like, no, it's actually a part. So,
Okay. If that helps cover that, sir, then that's what I would say. Because if it's a brain, that's an organ. If it's a muscle, that's soft tissue, I guess you could say, right? Okay. So then the motion standing here for the committee to give to the commission, transfer fee on unbound distribution by World Body Program, $100 per whole body and 25 per disarticulated part. Do I need to put referring to chart above, or is that defined here?
Or be inclusive of the additional vernacular you added to the box.
Why don't I just do this? That way it's just in there and we don't have to worry about did we get it all. Be defined as anything smaller than torso, includes self-sufficient organ. Does that help?
Yes,
You could just call it disarticulated anatomical material instead of part.
Well, yeah. The point that Kurt brought up is there was some old legislative and rules that were specific to being attached to bone, and this actually clarifies that part instead of someone reverting back to an older rule.
I mean, this could be Does that help? Instead of part.
Yes.
And then there is a part about the NATOs are exempt from this. And if anybody are we okay with the statement of this before I recommend the motion? Okay, so then I move to make this recommended motion of, I move that the State Anatomical Advisory Committee recommend to the Texas Funeral Commission the adoption of 22 TAC 210.27G established under the 691.012A1, a transfer fee on outbound distribution of world body programs, $175 per whole body, torso or larger, and 25 per disarticulated anatomical specimen to be defined as anything smaller than a torso, including encephalitis, soft tissue, or organs. Soft tissues or organs, charged once per specimen and not on subsequent transfers, with NATO distributions remaining exempt under 691.012B, and that the committee requests that the commission staff verify the amounts against per specimen recording cost before adoption. Can I get a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you. Are there, let's see, any further discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Okay, we have 4 ayes. Any nays? Okay, so the motion is adopted and approved. Okay, lovely.
Let's see what we can knock out before.
Yes, sir.
You have a hard stop, Dr. Ali, at noon?
Yeah, the funeral's at 1 and it's about 20 minutes away, so I'll have to skedaddle.
You think we can get through the rest of this, or do you think that
I think there'll be
Let's try.
some things that we can skip over or just leave alone. Like this one is just about rate needle surcharges. Is there going to be a, if you're late, we're going to charge you this much, non-refundable. This is stuff that's very much up to you guys, but we can just say, hey, here's the deal. And that's the recommendation right there.
same as what we do with funeral establishments?
So we do charge them same fee twice if they're late.
Okay, this is a surcharge, but we can skip this whole thing and just, in essence, we're recommending that we follow the same format as the funeral homes. But if this is something we can table, but if this is something we feel that we need to put in there for groups that late renew when they should have renewed on time, and does that cause the funeral commission more work, or is it just that it's delayed and it's just delayed?
I would say that this is very valid to have. We don't need anybody working in and behind. They need to be working ahead and forward on this, and they don't need to be operating if they're not current. So
Right.
therefore, I would say we need to follow the same as the commission in reference to if you do show up, you are going to pay the double for this to encourage us being timely, and possibly even there be if there are administrative penalties on the funeral home side for operation, if you find it to be negligent, that other could be added.
Correct. So I mean, that's what we're looking at right there. This is, you were supposed to renew, you're late. On top of paying your renewal fee, you're going to get charged this percentage over.
Dr. Ali, are we're also voting on whether or not the Maria's team should be reviewing this like on an annual basis or something? Is that also part of this, or is it just the late fees that we're voting on? Because I saw in the motion something about a review, a biennial review, or
Good question. I mean, I think that's up to the commission, right? I mean, are they, as part of their administrative duties?
It's a quadrennial. So it's already in statute that we have to do a quadrennial review of our rules. So this would come up again. I would not put that in there. Just leave it at what you got. And I'll tell you what, this is just a recommendation to us. We're going to do, I mean, Yeah. So
This is just to let y'all know that if you want to establish a late fee charge in essence, and the groups know, so they know to get on top of this ahead of time, so we don't run into the issue of like, you didn't get your registration on time, I have to suspend you for right now. And then all the administrative junk that goes with that. This is just to have a bit of a sting to not registering on time and not keeping up with it. The onus should be on the entities and not on the commission to call you and say, hey, you're about to run out. Now, it would be nice if there's an email that comes up about a month ahead of time. It's automatic that says, you know, your renewal is kind of like with your car renewal. It's like you're about a month away. You need to go get that inspection done.
And we do it with the funeral side of it. We can do it with the anatomical side of it.
Right. So then in general, the motion is, you know, we can say, you know, 60 days prior to your renewal, you'll receive an email from the commission saying your renewal is up. You need to renew within, you know, the appropriate amount of time. Do we need to establish, you need to get this in 30 days ahead because it takes us time to make sure everything's correct, to make sure there's not another inspection. We need to do all those kind of things. So then you meet and you don't lapse. Maybe that's where the kind of the format is, just trying to give both sides an opportunity to understand, okay, 90 days ahead, I need to start this process because it takes them 30 days in case there's a reinspection, those kind of things, that it all gets done in those 90 days. So by the time you do get the renewal time, you're good to go. Or is it next week is my renewal year, I will submit my application the day of, and that's the start of the process. I'm okay. If it needs that clarification, then let's clarify it. If it doesn't, or if this is something that needs to be looked at a little bit more, let's do that.
Well, there's going to be an expiration date on their license on the wall too, so they should, you know ahead of time too. But besides the email letting them know that, hey, it's coming up.
Right, not licensed, but
Or,
registration. Right, yeah.
registration.
Yeah. So if you guys are okay with these fees on people that don't act before the date of the registration expiring, then that's what we're going to recommend to the commission. That they set what they think is appropriate. These are once again placeholders.
We're recommending the moderate, right?
Correct.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so then in essence, the motion is going to be, let me look at what we wrote on the motion here. At late renewal surcharge at the moderate level with a 90-day reinstatement window, non-refundable payment term subject to. This is we're going to take this part out. The fee review is up to them. Does that motion make sense? And also, Commissioner Opiola, is there anything on here that throws your group off?
Yes. It's good. Let's go.
Okay, then I move that State Anatomical Advisory Committee recommend to the Funeral Commission the adoption of 22 TAC 210.27H through K, a late renewal surcharge at the moderate level with a 90-day reinstatement window, non-refundable payment term subject to refund of fees paid in error, and a commission set effective date conform to the 2-year registration term recommended in motion brief 1, with the surcharge level like the underlying fees remaining a placeholder pending the commission's financial data. Can I get a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this motion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 I get a fourth aye there. Okay, we got 4 ayes at the minimum. Okay, any nays? Any further discussion? Okay, the motion passes as written here. Okay. I know this is a lot, but this is about this is more some of the template letters and inspection findings, and we changed the word and how the inspections run and how we're supposed to be told, and if inspection fails, if there's issues or deficits, what needs to be done. the cover memo kind of goes over what we're recommending. And there's 3 recommendations we're looking to recommend, and one is an external entity notification letter. And in essence, this is just a letter that Maria's team can give to anybody that says, hey, we're external to Texas, we'd like to register. And it goes over there covering register, bringing specimens into Texas, engaging Texas registered services, in essence, in a deliverable letterhead ready template for them to give to anybody asking. And I will show you what the template looks like. The second part of the briefs is the inspection audit findings. You get inspected. What happens with these findings? How does it get submitted to the commissioner? The entity gets an opportunity to respond to any deficiencies. There's confidentiality involved in this, the corrective actions. So there's a clean proposed rule text for that. And then there's a public information document that we're supposed to have that just says anatomical donation in Texas, a guide to your options. This is not the donor acknowledgement form. This is more like if anybody wants to understand and they're looking and thinking about this. And so those are the 3.
So the notification letter is not required to be adopted by rule. So we can push that off if y'all, I'm just trying to make sure we get this done so we can get our rules done. Let's go to the inspection audit findings rule. Now, how does that correspond with the inspection rule that we already published?
Let me take a look, sir. This is all about the inspection findings. This is not fees. And this
No. I'm talking about the commission adopted or put out for publication at our March meeting an inspection rule. Is this
the old March meeting that never made it?
No, it's active right now. We're going to vote on it at our June meeting to adopt it. So this is a supplement to that, not a replacement to
it. This is just we came up with some things because we said there was inspection report was not the wording we used in the previous one, and we changed all these to inspection report. We made sure that it went to the executive director or the commissioner or a designee. These are the changes we made to get to this point of saying, okay, what we talked about last time, the changes have been made. Nothing else was changed. And that's just this final report in essence. Just going down this, I think we talked about this with the lawyer last time. We talked about this too on the corrective action enforcement.
Does this address, Dr. Ali, compliance versus non-compliance items, or did we agree that we're just going to include non-compliance items on here?
The actual inspection report itself, we've never shown what it has on there, so it can show all the things you're compliant to. Obviously, they're going to check off ventilation, they're going to check off this, that, security, all those things, but anything that's non-compliant is going to be listed on there too, so it'll have both of those data points.
Okay.
I mean, I'd want to see everything I'm compliant with and anything I'm not, so I can make corrective actions.
Okay. I was just going to say we only need the non-compliant part, but if it's already a part of the form, it's not a big deal one way or the other.
Yeah, I believe the form, if I can't, it's been a while. I can't remember what's on it exactly, but I believe it shows you things you're compliant with, and then there's a section that can write anything that's non-compliant.
Dr. Ali, what I'd like to do, I'm sorry with this one. I'd like to do a red line with the one that, and y'all can do this next week because we've already done all the process on that, but y'all need to make recommendations to changes to the rule that we've already proposed on inspections at 206.31.
Okay.
Because I am afraid this is going to some of this is going to conflict with what you got.
Okay.
So let's table this one to the
Maria,
next
can you
meeting.
send out that last one?
206.31. It's on the Secretary of State's website. It was published in the Texas Register on the 24th of April.
Okay.
I mean, I guess we could.
Yeah.
I think we sent it to everybody before the first commission meeting. I mean, the advisory committee meeting.
You did.
Then
Okay.
we'll table it. We'll come back to it.
Yep. Okay. But I do want y'all to talk about it next on the 3rd. I mean, I guess today is 3rd. The 10th.
Yes, sir. Okay. These are just public documents that we're going to skip right now. Those are things that are not high priority.
The public information document, I thought, well, okay, yeah, that doesn't have to be adopted by, that can be put together by staff. So let's not worry about that. Next, let's move on.
Chain of custody. Right. And so the chain of custody is this in general. Do each of the entities want to have their own chain of custody form that meet the minimum requirements of what the funeral commission expects? Is my thought process is the way it should be, because Mary may have a triplicate form, Met Market may have this, but as long as it carries the information needed and it's readily available to the funeral commission when asked for, we are not creating a database of all the chain of custody paperwork. That's on you for 7 years to keep. That was a discussion we wrote. And so we made that to meet that. So it does have on here, I know we have a TFC form. Are we going to force every entity to use a TFC form, or are we going to tell them, here are the requirements that needs to be on your form, and let them create their own forms?
So the statute says satisfactorily completes the information required on a chain of custody form prescribed by the commission. On a form prescribed by the commission. So yeah, I don't think we got a choice.
Okay. Then if that's the case, that's what this
I got
goes
a question, Dr. Ali.
Yes, sir.
Do you think that it's possible, if this would comply with what Chairman Opiella just said, if we had a static form? So, for instance, when we register, we complete a static form, and then we send a package insert with every shipment that basically says we're complying with this. We're responsible for this chain of custody from the origination till the end point, and then also notify or including in that the TFSC has an opportunity to inspect at any time. And then we just comply with, we just always maintain a chain of custody. So we have a static form sent with every shipment. And would that comply with this? Would that meet this expectation?
If you're using the TFSC's form per Commissioner Opiella, that we have to use their prescribed form, and it's in every anatomical specimen that's being moved around, yeah, I don't see why it wouldn't meet that standard.
It seems like it would be operationally feasible as well as compliant.
Commissioner Opiella, do you have an issue with that? I mean, we're still using the prescribed form. It's got the data necessary.
Right.
And it's telling you. Okay.
Yeah, we don't see an issue with that.
No.
Okay, so the form prescribed will be this, and then you guys, the commission, will add what number it is. I just want to make sure that these are the correct things that are incorporated into the form and who has to complete the form. And I think C, D, and E are pretty clear. And I believe your current form, it's not the best in the world, but it provides the blanks necessary. It's going to be there's some of the format of the form is a little odd to deal with, because they're sending 10 disarticulated parts with 10 numbers and all those kind of things. Do we have enough room to do that? Or are we just going to make copy after copy and just put page 2, page 3 on the next 2 pages, which is fine?
So what I was recommending, it maybe I wasn't clear, is just a kind of like a package insert that goes with each shipment. The same package insert would go with it and say, we comply with this. We're responsible for chain of custody from origination to the end point. And we put that with every shipment. And then we also would be liable for doing that when we register as well. But I don't think that we would necessarily have to have that like all 10 pieces listed out. If we just have this form that we like this, like I said, package insert, I think is the best way to describe it. And the package insert would be the form that is prescribed by the TFSC.
Okay, yeah, that sounds great. Then currently the Funeral Commission, 7 years or something we all decided to. So that's the one big thing. We didn't know how many years we're going to be okay with keeping the retention of the paperwork. So we said 7 years. And we all agreed to that. And then the format, paper or electronic. And if you do electronic, these are the things you need to meet.
So my only issue with Jay is Jay seems to be conflicting with the requirement to use the form prescribed by the commission.
Correct. So we need to say that AATB or NATOs, in essence, need to follow the same thing, correct?
Yeah.
Or in essence,
I would take that out.
Is that carved out by statute? Is that why you have it in there, Dr. Ali?
No, I just know that AATB has their own chain of custody, requirements, paperwork, those kind of things. But if we're being told by statute that everybody, doesn't matter who you are, has to comply to that per Commissioner Opiola's statement, then just your AATB form does not meet the standard or the statute. Does that make sense? In essence, the package insert is still going to be the Texas Funeral Services Commission form. You can have whatever else you want in there for your own chain of custody internally, following your thing.
Yeah.
To meet,
we don't need to address that in the rules, so let's just knock that one out.
Okay, so then in essence, so that's what we're proposing. The motion.
Oh, okay. I didn't, can I see the rest of that just real quick? Because I think it says that you maintain it per inspection, but it actually says in the statute that you shall file the records with the commission. Or
so how you file that and when you file that, if you have this, in essence, package insert TFSC form.
Scroll down to the bottom, if you don't mind.
Mm-hmm.
It says nothing about filing it with the commission. Just says that we're going to inspect it and produce it within 5 days of a written request. So that the commission may inspect. Okay, I guess I'd like you to file it with us. What do you think, Maria?
So let me ask, okay, if you file this form, you're going to be getting thousands of forms. And how they're going to file it with you, are they going to have an electronic copy now that they got to fill out too, versus us sending you thousands of paper forms? Versus could the commission make the decision of, when we had that whole, when a body comes in or leaves, you have to register and give the donor number, whether you're a World Body Program or NATO. At that point right there, is there an opportunity? I mean, isn't that almost a chain of custody? I'm bringing this in, it's going to this entity. It's not being filled out as they go by, but once it's filled out, are you going to want us to file this with you, or you just want us to keep it? And when you ask for it, or quarterly we turn it in or something.
I thought the last meeting, Dr. Ali, that it was going to be local because there was going to be thousands and thousands of pages that we'd have to scan and send in to them.
That's why we got to this format part and we didn't say filing it with the Funeral Commission. Are we forced to file it, Chairman Opiola?
No. I'm rereading subsection F of 691.031. It just says you shall file the records. Well, That's a dang good question. The sender and receiver of each body or anatomical specimen shall file the records required under this section in accordance with commission rules so that the commission or a district or county attorney may inspect the records at any time. You could read this with you. You have to file it with us, or you have to file it in your own filing cabinet. I think
If
I
there's
think it comes from old text to new age. Back whenever we just did the quadruplet, if that's even a word, SAB forms, there was one that was filed initially with the transfer, which you'll still be having that data on the will body side through the database when the transfers are done with all of the transfer information. So in essence, the chain of custody is still being done automatically. But what we discussed in the last meeting is that these true chain of custody forms being signed off by providing and receiving entities would be kept at said providing entity, and we're under review at a moment's notice, basically, if you were called out on that. And the registration would serve as if you did get a records request or an identifying tag that matched something that was registered in the database, you could then contact said entity that was the provider of that donor and get the chain of custody form.
And to piggyback on that, Jason and Chairman, let me know if this helps out, is when anybody registers a donor and gets a donor unique number either given to them or NATO registers the donor number, there could be a checkbox saying, funeral commission custody form, which is a checkbox saying, yes, I'm initiating that, right? When you want it, please ask me, but by law, I'm keeping it for 7 years on file. When you need it, let me know. But I have checked onto the box that I've committed to that I'm doing the funeral commission custody form.
okay.
It's almost like a reminder.
I'm also a little worried by the 5 business days of the written request, because when you have a law enforcement investigation, 5 business days might not be sufficient. So if you don't file them with us, then can we take the production within 5 business days out?
I mean, you could change it to 2 business days if you want. I would imagine if everybody's following the rules, they should have this stuff there and ready to go. But I would have to say you got to give the entity time to go through their records and figure this stuff out. So a request comes in at 4:30 p.m. and they expected that day. It's not going to happen, I don't imagine. But they should be given an appropriate amount of time.
When they do the surprise inspections and they pull files, don't they have to provide everything in those files that day?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, let's just pick a number that makes sense, but within 48 hours,
I think 2 business days is, you're just talking about like a chain of custody.
Yeah.
This is the history of this piece of tissue.
Yeah. I think 5's plenty. I think 2 is very doable, if that makes sense for everybody. But I'm going to imagine that the vast majority of people are going to say, yes, sir, Commissioner, give me 10 minutes. I'll get that to you. But I think we just need to have an end to it. Like, okay, legally you have 48 hours, get this to me. But it just needs to be clear to both entities what that time frame is going to be. This is a hard one to run on a rolling database because chain of custody starts, it could take 4 weeks for the chain of custody to finish the paperwork.
Yes.
Right. As long as something's being processed and moving forward and say, yes, sir, the chain of custody shows that it's sitting in Austin, Texas right now.
And remember too, funeral homes have to have files on site of the premises for 2 years, I believe it is. So if they do come in, that can't be can't be stored somewhere off site. They have to present it then.
So on this, within 5 days, do we want to change this to 2 days? Does that make the inspection part, or if a DA or police need to look?
I think it's better than 5.
2 it is.
I would.
And you just change the text.
With it, sorry. Thank you, sir.
Production.
And then the subsection J, I think that's.
Correct.
Okay. Maria, is that time in our hands?
No,
Okay,
that's fine.
let's roll.
Okay, so that's that, and we can make a motion to move that forward if that's what we're looking to do. Commissioner, are you looking for a motion on this one? Or is this something that needs to be looked at? And
Yeah,
reviewed?
no, we have to adopt a rule. So I might add some stuff to the rule, but this is a good, in terms of, because it says that we shall adopt rules that, this is the labeling requirement in here?
On the chain of custody,
Because the rule that we're adopting is 691.031, and it covers that entire section.
don't know if the labeling part's in here.
Okay. Well, I'll add it. I mean, just so you know, so the advisory committee knows, we shall adopt rules that ensures that each specimen is properly transported, that a label with the statement is derived from human tissue is affixed to the container, and then the chain of custody portion is part of this rule as well.
Okay.
So I might add some stuff to it. Just letting y'all know.
Make sure I get this motion correct then.
Dr. Ali, before we vote on it, I just want to confirm what I suggested about having just a static package insert that refers back to the chain of custody is, we're saying is going to be okay, right?
It should
help us understand why is that different than what we're saying here?
Because
static
what I'm saying is
insert. What does that mean?
that means the same package insert says we are responsible. Science Care is responsible for the chain of custody of this tissue from the place of origin to the end user. We're responsible for that, and that's something to that effect would be included with each shipment of tissue, and then we maintain the chain of custody on our end.
Well, the law says that it has to be transported with the specimen.
Yeah, and and that's why I'm asking, is the TFSC prescribed form, could it be this package insert? Would that comply with law?
Well, theirs is inclusive of disposition also. So if yours doesn't include disposition, not just end user, you'd have to make the alteration on your end in reference to that as well.
Yeah. The difficulty of this form is it traveling all this distance from the originating group to the courier to the receiving group, and that form continuing to move forward and then being returned back to the originating group.
I can say from experience, it works. It's just a matter of applying it, because chain of custody forms would originate with my providing institution. Whenever it was signed off on and transferred to the next individual, the form was scanned back into the file in the cloud base that we had. Whenever we went back to retrieve said tissue, the same form that was prior with the other two transactions was on it. It was signed again, transferring custody from the person that was relinquishing back to the transporter, then would go back to the entity and be scanned then back into the cloud, showing who had custody in the event something took place with the actual form. Then when we arrived back at the facility, it was checked back in and signed off on two individuals by the time that cremation was taking place. And then the final file was uploaded as the final file, the final aspect of that form into it. It kept replacing the one prior until final disposition, when return of ash was or burial or scatter was to take place. So it's doable.
I hear you, but the efficiency and the accuracy and the keeping this document alive is going to be extremely difficult. You're going to run into a lot of gaps. One, as you were saying that, one thought process is, let's say I play science care for a second. I have the TSFC form in front of me. I have filled out the body has come to me. It's under our custody. When I send it to Dallas, Texas, I fill out that it's been sent to Dallas, Texas, who's receiving and everything. Now on the actual box, there is a bill of lading with the actual signatures showing the minute, change of custody and chain of custody through. And then when Science Care gets it back, they write on the third line, we've received it back. And in essence, they're showing a chain of custody on the TFSC form, which stays with them the entire time. They will fulfill the detailed documentation on whatever chain of custody paperwork they use, whether electronic, triplicates, whatever it is. So you're meeting statute of using the form, but the form is not rolling with everywhere. It will get dirty, it'll get disgusting, it'll get lost. If you've seen 20 cadavers show up in 20 boxes and you're unpacking and you get this form, you're not going to want to touch this form when it's done. So my thought process is it help everybody if it stays with the originating entity with you filling out where it's supposed to be going. There is another form that's traveling with the specimens, however you want to do that, whether it's electronically, you're scanning, whatever. But that way, if a police officer shows up and says, show me your form, and you show them the form of where it's been going and where it's at, and you're filling out the form per statute. But if they're like, I want to know exactly where it is right now, then you can pull out your own internal document to say it's sitting right here in this lab room at this facility. It's been marked by this person. Do you see what I'm saying? One is kind of a general format custody paperwork. The other one internally for the group is the very detailed part of it. Does that meet both statutes and takes care of everybody so you're not trying to follow this one form everywhere?
I agree with that. And I think that the form that goes with the shipment can just say, hey, I abide by all of these things. Everything that's required by statute, we abide by this. And if you want it, and if you have questions about it, we can give you exactly like you said, Dr. Ali, this is exactly where it's at. We're maintaining the chain of custody. Rather than having everybody sign that form, this document goes with it and says, we are complying with all of this stuff. Any questions, please reach out to us.
Right. And Chairman Opiola.
So here's what the statute says. The commission shall adopt rules to ensure that each person who has control or possession of a body or anatomical specimen transfers the form to any other person whom control or possession of the body or anatomical specimen is transferred. So how do you get around transferring the form?
Because that would be the form. That would be the form that's transferred with the tissue anywhere it goes. And it says, this is what we're doing. We're complying with all of these statements that are required by statute. And if you have any questions of exactly about where it came from or where it is, please, here's how you can contact us. That form itself would transfer with the tissue.
Mike, quick question.
Yes, sir.
Y'all at Science Care, y'all don't require the specimens come back to y'all, correct?
Not 100% of the time, no, Kurt.
So if you send it to somebody and they send it to XYZ crematory in the state of Texas, that end user is going to have to send that form all the way back to y'all, correct? To keep the whole chain of command in y'all's possession?
That package insert that I'm referencing, or what, Kurt?
Whenever y'all, because if you send something to one of the anatomical facilities, they're required to dispose of legally that specimen from y'all, correct? So there's still going to be a chain of custody that whatever that vendor is going to have to send to the crematory, and the crematory is going to sign off on it, and then that crematory is going to resend all that paperwork back to you.
Yes.
Well, we could follow up with the crematory without them sending back that form, right? We could get clarification that the cremation took place without that form.
Chairman, part of the chain of custody that form is because that vendor had to sign that chain of custody from the vendor to the crematory. So that's part of the chain of custody. Wouldn't you require that whole form to be sent back to you, since it's going to be one complete form that the commissioner just said that one form has to go with everything. So it's going to be hard, like Dr. Ali says. Some of these specimens, that form is going to be 2-3 months old. That's going to be going with it to the crematory. So it's going to be an issue on trying to maintain the integrity of the form for sure.
Correct. Because sometimes you get a body and you may keep it for 6 months before you cremate it. And so what are you going to do? That then does not give reliable data to the funeral commission as to where the body is versus the originating entity using the funeral commission form, filling it out as it's moved along by themselves, and then having a secondary, if you want to keep another funeral commission form that's the one that travels with the body that coordinates back to the original clean copy sitting at the originating group, then great, you've met the statute. That piece of document you may not get back for 8 months. So if a police officer shows up and says, you got 2 days to get me this document, I can show them the one I've kept and exactly where it's supposed to be. I can also get a hold of the copy that's rolling with the specimen and say, I will get that copy for you and show you where it's at. But if it's sitting in a freezer waiting to be cremated in 3 weeks, the chain of custody is not full yet. It's not completed and back to us for filing. When it's completed and the disposition part's onto it, then that goes into the filing system of that originating entity. But
That's why I was saying that the document, whenever I was transferring, it was scanned after every signature back to the originating file in the cloud. So if the paper got tore up between Austin and Lubbock,
yeah,
I can recreate that when I get back to Lubbock and reprint it so that when I go back to Austin to pick up said bodies, I can have that form signed by the individuals there, relinquishing it back to me. I scan it then that before I get back on the road, back to the cloud. And so there's always a cloud-based accurate copy back at the originating entity by doing so. I mean, like I said, yes, is it going to be a task? Yes, it is. Is it going to be accurate? If you do it that way, it will be. But if you're talking about trying to just depend on, well, we're going to keep this piece of paper around for the next 24 months, and then when it's cremated, we're going to, whatever condition it is, we're going to sign it, scan it, and put it into our final records. That's not going to work. No, you have to keep up-to-date database accurate files and recreate it if you have to because it got coffee spilt on it or whatever the situation is. But if I'm transporting or my transporter is transporting, they have a file with that in there for whether it's one body or 20 bodies that are in that trailer or truck or whatever the situation is. And if they're pulled over, everything corresponds via SAB tag to that one that's set in there with all the identifiers on it and everything. So they're not just carrying one little piece of chain of custody around with.
Well, I mean, so you're asking everybody to have a scanning capability to scan as they receive, send, sign. Good luck on that. That's going to be virtually impossible to pull that off. I love it. I wish there was a system that says you are forced to scan as you receive, you're forced to scan as you take it to the next chain of custody. But unfortunately, the thought process put into this one form to follow doesn't really meet reality, but I know we have a statute that we have to try to meet.
Yeah, remember, there's only 4 or 5 will body programs that's going to be mostly doing this. The rest of them aren't on that chain of custody stuff. The will body programs of the state is not going to be that issue. It's the NATOs that flying stuff in and out that's they're going to have the hardest problems with this.
That's correct.
It's not like we're asking to fax it.
I don't have a fax machine. I can't even buy a fax machine anymore.
Exactly. You can scan with your phone through notes.
The statute says that you have to transfer the form with the body. So we can't by rule waive that requirement.
Then, Commissioner, if that's the case and you're going to pass this form around, there has to be, I mean, if it's sitting in some lab somewhere and then someone shows up and wants this, there's got to be time enough for that documentation to be filled, sent back, filed. That doesn't happen quickly sometimes.
And Kurt said last week, I think Kurt told us that sometimes these things get lost or whatever, and you have to recreate it or go back to the last step and stuff like that. I mean, it's not an exact. I understand what you guys are saying. When it's done correctly, it's awesome, but it's not an exact system. Doesn't sound like it anyway.
So let's take a look at 691.031. I know it's noon, but this will be. Let's try and knock this one out before we leave, if we can. It says we got to transfer the form with the body. It also says that the sender shall convey the body's description to the person by mail or otherwise safely convey, and then the person receiving the specimen shall immediately and safely transmit to the sender a receipt containing the full terms of the description furnished by the sender. So you got 2 parallel systems here. You got the chain of custody form that stays with the body, and you also have the series of of receipts that are going back that are kept by the NATO or the will body program, right? So with those two together, we still have the paper form, which might not come back for 6 months or 24 months or however long, that's with each of the specimens. And then we also have the series of receipts that creates a record that you maintain locally. So why can't you see how that parallel system works there? So the rule would just say you have to keep the form, the paper form with it. Now, whether the paper form is useful or not, the statute requires you to keep the paper form, okay? The real record that's going to allow law enforcement to figure out who's supposed to have this specimen is going to be the series of receipts, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. It's a SOP issue, right, for all these organizations. And so now it will be stated very clearly that you have a funeral commission form that you're using, period. It will follow and track and stay with that specimen until it has met its disposition. And then that paperwork is completed, right? And the originating organization has filed it to keep for 7 years. The receipt parts will show that once it leaves Memphis, Tennessee, and arrives in Dallas, Texas, that whoever received it has signed and has sent some kind of receipt, whether it's by mail, I have received donor, whatever it is, whatever that receipt is.
Otherwise, safely convey. That can be email, and it says immediately and safely transmit.
Right, and that could be a form that the actual originating group uses themselves.
That's
like,
right.
here's my receipt form, right? So
the
now
only one that's prescribed by us is the chain of custody form.
Right. So in that file for donor one, you have the original chain of custody paperwork going, you have the receipts coming. And that way, if someone comes in and says, where is this body? Which donor is it? They can follow back all the consents and everything. They can show where it's supposed to be and who received it last. That allows law enforcement to get their information needed quickly. It allows the funeral commission to know where the body is and what's coming in and out. And it allows the NATO or will body program to appropriately and effectively have a chain of custody paperwork. Is that a correct statement? I mean, I get that it's very onerous to carry this one form all the way through. The receipts will help out to keep, in case the form gets lost, which will happen, the receipts in essence can recreate that form. Correct?
Yeah. Right.
So that helps out with dirty forms, coffee stained forms, or lost forms. The receipts will say the last receipt shows that this body was here. I know that's the last chain of custody paperwork. Because when that person decides to hand it back off to the courier to get sent back to Memphis or to the crematorium, there's another receipt that's supposed to be created right then and there. That's sent back to the originating group, so they know exactly where the body is. That's what we're getting to.
Yeah, because even the old analog system of hand, typing the form, whenever it went to the receiving institution, it was signed off as it was received, what condition it was in. And like I would explain in a couple of meetings prior, the A copy was either immediately faxed or transferred or mailed to the board on that day. Most places already had an envelope with a stamp on it for that copy to go. A B copy stayed with that receiving institution for their permanent records. And the C copy came, and then the C copy came back to, or went with whoever was delivering back to the originating institution. That was the receipts of the transactions that were taking place, and everything was done in basically real time as technology would allow, even all the way back then. Now that we have the electronics and everything that we have, the receipts and all of this can be done electronically. The receiving institution, if they're a permanent facility, they should have a filing system for, we just got this group of bodies for this event. And everything that came with those bodies goes in that file. In the event somebody walks through the door and says, produce, you pull that file for that event. Here's all of the documentation of said that has been, and your application should be in that file also, a copy of it, or at least on a database where you can say, we are set to return these to providing institution on the 16th via this transfer process. That's where all your checks and balances come, and the receipt's still available, and you still have your chain of custody.
What format, Jason, what format can the receipt be? Like an email, like we received this or we cremated this or whatever? Is that?
It says that it has to include the deceased name of known, color, sex, age, place, supposed cause of death, and any other information for identification, such as scars and deformities. So that can be an email, that can be a paper
Well, they
form.
wouldn't know the name. Like the end user won't know the name, right?
It should be
It
just a donor
includes the
number.
deceased name if known.
Oh, okay.
The receipt has to include the deceased name if known.
So in that case, it can even, if, you know, the new identifier for that donor coming into the program is also there. In this case, it'll be a TFSC number that's designated for a will body program that can be utilized in lieu of a name of said individual, because you can track that number back to a name from the providing entity.
But you do not want any names. The whole race, color, and all that stuff, that's saying we have to have it on there?
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you read subsection D of 691.031, it says that it has to include a copy of the description required by subsection D. And the description is deceased name if known, color, sex, age, place and supposed cause of death, and any other information for identification of the body or anatomical specimen, since the existence of scars and deformities.
Okay, and we can use a donor number in place of the donor name, correct?
That's not what the statute says.
And we can't meet it.
No,
We can't meet it.
You can't do that per
Then-
consent. That goes against every single thing in the whole donation system.
It just says if known, the Dr. Ellie, so it's not going to be known, right?
If known, correct. I mean, I
Yeah.
guess once a unique identifier, but you're not going to know it. So yeah, that's fine.
Oh
That's
my
correct.
God. Okay.
So yeah, this chain of custody form is extremely difficult the way we've been forced to push into. But I've wrote it in here of what we're kind of saying.
Well, I don't think that complies with the statute, Dr. Ali.
Yeah,
I'll tell you, I mean, I know you got to get to your, how do we handle this? Because we do need to lock this out. Can we recess for how long is your funeral? That gives us time to go to lunch, everything like that.
it starts at 1. So
And when
I don't know if it's something I'll be able to finish and get back on a phone call to. Can the work group finish this up and send it to the commission? Does it have to have a motion?
No, I mean, these are just recommendations.
Why don't we?
If y'all have a recommendation, that's great. If you don't, we're going to have to come up with it somehow. So that's.
If the work group on this one could meet and discuss and send the recommendations to the commission, is that
Less
doable?
than the full commission. There's no reason why less than the full committee.
Correct.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Send it to the work group, come back with their finals.
Yeah.
So that we can present it to the commissioners.
have we clarified who the actual work group is on this one?
Yeah, let's knock through the rest of the work groups, and because we're running out of time here. So we'll just have to handle all the rest of the ones that you had proposed, Dr. Ali, through the work groups. It says co-members to be confirmed by chair. Who,
right. I don't think we ever confirmed who was
well,
doing this.
you're chairing the meeting right now, so name the work group.
Okay.
I think we need to have somebody. Mike is very interested in this. Mike needs to be on that, and someone from the Will Body Programs needs to be on it. There's your 3.
Who wants to be for Will Body?
You only have one on that's from Will Body.
Yeah, just me. I'll do it, Dr. Ali.
Did I get the right person on there? Okay.
No.
No, Kurt.
It's
That's
Kurt
Kurt.
Clark.
Sorry, I have my my video off here from you guys. So okay.
Okay.
Whoa. My computer's starting to die.
That's a sign.
Yeah, I know. Work group 4 was definitions and authorized activities. Those are very straightforward. Is there enough of a quorum that if I leave, y'all can bring those up and you can look at them and discuss? with one person less on the call?
Yeah, there's four. Four is a quorum.
So Maria she has all these. I sent her the last two this morning on work group 4. You guys can bring them up and look and see what scopes and definitions was a big one for us. Who can use, who can't use those kind of authorized activities. The motion brief kind of, the cover gives you kind of what we're looking at for the whole thing, but all these are on there.
Can we take 5 before we proceed?
Let's do that.
You guys can do whatever. I have to leave. I apologize. I wish I could stay longer. This is more fun than going to a funeral. So
Take care, Dr. Ali.
Who's going to chair the meeting in your absence, Dr. Ali?
Jason, would you mind chairing the meeting, sir?
I can chair the meeting.
Thank you, sir.
If Maria can assist me with bringing up the links.
Yeah, she's got hold on. Thanks, you guys. Appreciate y'all. See y'all soon.
Okay.
I move that we take a 10-minute recess. Is that plenty of time for everybody?
Yes, sir.
So we'll reconvene back at 12:22. Thank y'all. How was the dog? Very apologetic. He said, thank you. Thank you for bringing it. Watch the dog. Wow. I will only go for so far. Uh, uh, uh. Now, 12:23, I'd like to reconvene this meeting of the State Anatomical Advisory Committee.
You do have a quorum. You have 4 members of the committee present. Jason.
Thank you, sir. Looks as if we had kind of left off going into what is bundled as work group 4, unless I'm incorrect. And,
Do you want us to pull up the cover memo, or can you do that, Jason?
if Maria can pull up what she has, I feel like the copies that I have may have dropped data on them.
No.
Or I received them in a reverse order.
Okay, so which one do we want to share at this point?
WG4. Do you want to start with the cover memo, or do you want to just go to?
Let's go with the cover memo first, okay, please.
WG4 recommendations cover memo.
There it is. You need just drag the bottom corner of it to the full, so like right there. Yeah, just drag it to the corner.
Want to cooperate with me?
Oh my. Okay. Can y'all see that?
Yes. Mike can bump it up. There we go.
All right.
So work group 4 was in direct relation to TAC 22, Chapter 206, and authorized activities is kind of an expansion of the rules in reference to abuse of a corpse.
Is this going to replace the existing SAB rule on abuse of a corpse?
That was what was going to be under discussion, was that it was more of an expansion of definition and authorized activities based under 206 point, I believe, 14. If I'm correct. 206.15. To be an expansion of that particular TAC. And the two recommendations that Dr. Ali has outlined here is set the commission's purview by the death certificate method of disposition, donation for whole body anatomical use with a backstop for unclaimed bodies and bodies of a traveler under 691.023 and 691.026. And to be exclude microscopic and laboratory material as in the definitions and defining in the terms, because we've had the it's kind of intermingled with what we're tasked with in identifying what we are going to lay purview over and what we're not. We had discussed last week in reference to time sensitive tissues and the application of those and the microscopic level, and how whether we were or weren't going to go into heavy oversight of that. And then the authorized activities was to define what could be done and what could be used. I believe that is under in more of a detailed, and I think that was what deliverable, authorized, and activities under the rule was I think the title of the handout or the.
So do you want us to display on the screen the deliverable document?
Yes, unless I can get the, let me see if I can have authorization to, yeah, I can't share my screen. If you don't mind bringing that up.
If she's going to stop screen sharing and give you authorization to share.
He should.
Try it now.
So. Yeah, I probably saw that briefly, but whenever I'm trying to share, it's actually muting me out. See if I can reset here. I guess, Maria, if you don't mind, you'll have to bring that up. For whatever reason, when I share it, it kills my audio, or my audio.
Okay, can you see that?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So the purpose of this portion is to obviously authorized activity is a list of considered authorized caveats for the use of any of our donated donors and their specimens thereafter. To expand on what would not be considered the abuse of a corpse under 206.15 under our administrative code. As long as the authorization and purpose falls under the three given guidelines. Some of this was transferred over from TAC 25, which was 479.5, and then expanded on a little bit. Authorized persons, this has some of the originals. It looks like we may have expanded it and got into a little more detail. Obviously, designated commission, donor consents that fall within a will body program, non-transplant anatomical donation organization, anatomical facilities, institutions of higher ed, the licensed physicians, dentals, forensic science programs, anthropology, and search and rescue, U.S. military and federal. This is something that was added when Dr. Ali was actually creating this. So United States military or other federal, medical, dental, surgical, forensics, or health sciences have the ability to receive and use specimens. Medical device companies, biotechnology, pharmaceutical, educational training, research, and development of new products is not, it would be considered as a acceptable. Continued education, obviously the utilization of iBank for either training or for their personnel. Authorized individuals, that section there, I'm not on, I had just read through this myself late last night. I didn't quite follow that myself last night. If any of y'all do, may have had a little more sleep than I had. Now, as far as responsible individuals, we had discussed this a little bit in our, I don't know if it was the previous meeting or the meeting prior. So authorized responsible individual is the individual that's going to be the overarching person that is actually responsible party for that event, course, class, curriculum, whatever the situation may be. Who is if you walk through, if an inspector came through the front door wanting to know who's in charge, that person should be the same person that was designated in the application for the use of the, if it was a transfer in the application process for use. Not all medical schools obviously are going to be transferring specimentation back and forth, but they do have a course director. So if there was any misconduct or anything taking place within that school entity, that's going to be that responsible party and responsible for their gross anatomy space for the specimentation. So it could be a physician, PhD, a director over the program, manager over the program, but there's going to be somebody that's a responsible individual to ensure the compliance of proper use of the specimens. Experimentation and use, if we're all in agreement on that and don't have any additional additions to that. The fifth with the designation of an additional authorized persons. I'm trying to think of a scenario in which that would actually come into play. It could, but again, it is not going to be the norm because at some level you're going to have some sort of responsible party, licensed professional that's going to be in charge of these courses, events, research projects, etc. But if there was a caveat that was not within what our norm is, this is kind of that extra line item of we could pause that request, ask for a meeting with the committee to discuss on the scope of, and go from there in reference to that additional authorized persons, because we have a pretty broad scope of whom we will and will not allow to utilize the anatomical specimen. Authorized activities. These are pretty straightforward. We probably just need to more or less kind of cruise through them for more grammatical type items. The only thing that jumped out at me specifically on this one was we keep, seems like when we get down to final disposition keeps popping up. I know we've discussed it and possibly some different vernacular. I mentioned at one point in time disposition of donated anatomical donation or anatomical specimen instead of it being generic and not being inclusive, because we all know and are aware that donation is the disposition or of the body as far as death records in the state of Texas. So final disposition of donated specimen or anatomical donation, however we could choose to do that. The only other thing that I have about this is if you look there, it says final disposition, cremation with return of cremated remains, burial, donation to other authorized recipients, final disposition of derived specimens consistent with donor consent. I don't know, whenever he was formatting this came up on the previous copy of this. Donation to other authorized recipients. We as anatomical organizations that would be intaking donors would not be redonating an anatomical donor or specimen to another organization. So that would need to actually be omitted out of the final disposition aspect, in my opinion, unless somebody is reading what that means differently. I think he possibly utilized maybe an assistance of ChatGPT or something along those lines. And the reason that's saying donate to another authorized recipients is the statement that I made just a minute ago, that donation is final disposition. And it may have picked that up somewhere else and just put it in there because final disposition came up and it just kind of triggered that. But again, if the body's donated to one, whether it be an NADO or a university, we are not going to be, we don't have the rights to donate that to anyone else. So that needs to be omitted out of there unless somebody disagrees.
I don't.
I agree. I'm not going to redonate anybody that's donated to us. We transfer out, we don't donate out.
Yes, and I feel that the NADL are the same way. Incidental and necessary activities, reasonable, incidental or necessary at any activity above, including handling by trained personnel, infectious control, biohazard management, and interfacility coordinating. So this is just trying to give an added list and scope of what is going to be approved and approved within what wouldn't be considered the abuse of a corpse as part of the rule.
Jason, does this, if you scroll up, does this include or specify who can be the designated person in charge? Like, what are their credentials, or is that on a different one of these work group? I think it might be on a different one.
I know I've seen it on one. I cannot state,
I just want to make, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just want to make sure we're not too limiting. Like I brought up last week about not like preventing like engineers, or like if they're doing med device training, that we're not excluding that from being able to take place.
Right. The point that was brought up, and I think that Brandon may have been the one that brought it up. He's not on with us anymore. In regards to that, kind of similar to your statement is that if we're doing any type of med device development, obviously the ultimate goal with that is going to be getting some sort of FDA approving for clinical trials, etc. So there's going to be some form of IRB in place even at the engineering level of those places, because they're talking about human application. So somebody in that level is going to fall under the scope of approved individuals as far as a educated or licensed individual for the purpose of use for that. I don't know that we've made that very clear or not, because I'd have to go back through, but we do include biomedical engineering as one of the authorized persons. So that would include those individuals that were in the process of developing and researching new technology or new implants, things of that nature, because they are under the authorized persons aspect. It does say biomedical engineering or forensic sciences. I don't know if that answers your question as direct as you'd like, but it is up there under B
B.
on this. Maria, if you don't mind bringing us back to the top of this form so that section B, authorized persons designations, is exposed again. It's on page 1 of this. So you can see there under D.
Is that the right one? I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. I was giving Mike an opportunity to review in reference to his question. And then I also addresses that same question in a different manner.
And I think that this, Jason, I think that this is just groups that can receive the donation initially, right? That's what this looks like, rather than like an end user. I mean, Will Body Program, NATO, all those are just donees.
Person who may receive or use body or gross anatomy specimens is how it is titled there under 1.
Okay. Yeah, I covers a lot of it too. Med device, biotech.
Yes, sir. We okay with that?
Yes, sir.
Then, is there any other questions on this? Britt, were you able to make notation in reference to that final disposition in the boxes down there on, I think it was page 4 of the need to omit the donation to another entity aspect? Because that would never be anything that any of us would have done.
She did.
Yes.
You can hear her.
Thank you. So secondarily, the motion brief or recommendation we went over as far as we need to review the scope and definition and donation for whole body anatomical use. That's kind of what we went through with those items that we just worked through, and also authorized activities. The motion for that he had put together is, I move that the State Anatomical Advisory Committee approve the 2 work group 4 recommendations. So this is one recommendation, or these are 2 recommendations on this particular form, but then there was also a work group 3 motion brief, authorized activities, safe harbors, procedural protection.
So if I might comment on subsection G, I don't know that we're going to repeat procedural hearing processes for the commission in this section. We have those in another provision of the code of the administrative code. So in just letting you know, and where we go with this with the commission proposed rule is subsections G and H will probably be omitted from the rule that we send out for publication, because we're not going to have separate hearing procedures for every provision.
Sure, and I think the reason that possibly got placed in, like I said, was whatever formatting platform that he went through was grabbing from everything he was working through when it created these subsections. So,
another thing is on periodic review, it says a 2-year all the rest of our rules have to be reviewed every 4 years. Unless y'all think that this is special and needs to be reviewed every 2 years, I'd prefer to keep it on the quadrennial review schedule.
Would we, I would be fine with that unless anybody else has an objection. I was just going to make a suggestion. Would we want to possibly consider the review of this to fall in a 3-year, to where if every 4 we're doing, or you want to do 4 both sides, anatomical and funeral side, or do we want to lighten the load? And that way we're also inside the legislative turns as well.
I'd like to keep everything the same if possible.
Okay.
Now, keep in mind, it's every 4 years since it was, I mean, to be honest, I'll tell you, the commission hasn't been real good about reviewing rules. We're changing that.
Mhm.
So we're going to take a look at, many of our rules haven't been reviewed since 2019, and we're gonna start looking at that. But I'd like to keep everything on a quadrennial basis so that we do everything at once instead of having to take a look at things separately. That's just my preference.
Okay, because the reason I brought that up is if we came back to a 3, it would put it into the first year of the next set of anatomical advisory committee members. So you'd have fresh eyes every 3 years. Every 4 years, you'd be on the tail end of that group. You'd be there last year instead of their first year of service.
Yeah.
Hey, if y'all think it deserves a special look for this stuff because it's a more quicker technology change differences, then hey, we can do that. It just creates another little bit of a burden for staff to kind of keep track of different deadlines. But Maria says she's fine with it.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I just, like I said, the fresh set of eyes was more what I was looking at, was the, we know ours will be ending in 2 years from the previous month. Instead of it being the first thing that they're looking into, it'd be kind of the secondary. That way, if something came about, you could maybe address it. But whatever y'all prefer, I should say we open that for editing and how y'all determine would be best for y'all, because you're going to have to navigate that. But we could do either 3 or 4.
Jason, I have an unrelated comment or question. Or do you need an answer to what you were just talking about, the time frame before we move on?
I think unless somebody else has a comment, I think that we've reached an agreement on that. We leave that at their discretion of what's going to be best for staff.
Last week we talked a little bit about the preservation and cleaning of bodies and what fell into embalming, what didn't. We had a little discussion about that. I just want to make sure that, and I think that we're covered under preparation and preservation. There's a comment that says that we can do antimicrobial or anti-decomposition treatment. I just want to make sure that there's nothing that precludes us from cleaning tissue, and that's cleaning donors, cleaning tissue, that sort of thing, which I don't see anything that excludes it. I just want to make sure that it's allowed.
As opposed to an objection of preservative.
Yeah, I mean, this allows for perfusion fixation, so maybe formalin fixation or something like that. I think that it allows for it based on how I.
Is it this line right here that she's highlighting?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Not, what if you said not? Well, wait, you want to include cleaning the body as a approved activity, right?
Yeah, I do. And I think that it's included in antimicrobial, but I just want to make sure that you guys read it the same way.
We probably should put it in a little more, for lack of a better term, plain English, to where antimicrobial inclusive of washing and disinfecting.
Put a parenthetical there. Maria, could you put a parenthetical after antimicrobial or anti-decomposition treatment. What we do after treatment, such as cleansing the exterior of the body.
Perfect.
And that way it's distinct from embalming.
Yeah.
And would there be a necessity at this point to flip preservation above, preparation, preservation, and what we just discussed? General disinfection.
Kurt, do you guys use formalin, like perfusion fixation? Like injected in the arteries? Or Jason, I don't know. Do you guys do that?
Yes, for long-term preservation for the fixed donors, it is a formalin-based fluid combination.
Okay, yeah, I'm not asking. Yeah, I wasn't trying to ask any like trade secrets, but what I was like trying to differentiate between is embalming and that. So like just flushing with formalin, for instance, it looks like that's allowed under here, perfusion fixation, right? I mean, that's how I read that.
If you're using a chemical preservation, it's embalming, no matter what. What we discussed last week was, the saline or washing of the body is not preservation of the body.
Do you see how these two different? It's differentiated here because under mortuary science is embalming is included, and then down below, perfusion fixation is separated out.
But mortuary science, embalming is teaching students how to embalm, whereas the preparation and preservation is speaking about the acts that are being done to the body to preserve it, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, the mortuary science, they only embalm the body is all, 1-point injection or something like that. They're not disarticulating and then injecting all the different specimens or anything like that. It's just a 1-point.
But I guess the question Mike raises is perfusion fixation included in embalming? Because, are you saying perfusion fixation using non-chemical means?
I'm actually just trying to get clarity. Thank you for clarifying. I'm trying to get clarity whether if we could without an embalmer perfuse with, we don't currently do it. I'm asking if we could perfuse with formalin, for instance, flush it with formalin.
Well, that's when we came back to that's embalming.
Yeah, that's
the only thing what Dr. Ali was talking about last week was perfusion of like saline to simulate sonograms or not ultrasounds and stuff like that. But any chemical preservation is embalming.
So I'm going to ask a question to Commissioner Opiella.
I'm no expert, but I can answer with what I know.
Well, in reference to the rules, in reference to in respects to the funeral home side of death care as well, and the already existing definitions for actual embalming, to safeguard the sanctity and the integrity of the actual embalming process, should we consider in rule that if it is going to be any type of long-term preservation of an injectable, or not exactly sure how to word it, but that it has to be done by a licensed embalmer in the state of Texas?
Well, our definition in 651.001 says an embalmer is someone who using chemical substances, fluids, or gases, including by introducing those substances, fluids, or gases into the body by vascular or hypodermic injection or direct application into the organs or cavities, or another method intended to disinfect or preserve a dead human body or restore tissues and structures. So that's a very broad definition that requires a license to embalm.
While both of these sublines are valid in how they are written, we may need to be inclusive in keeping in mind with that. Because if we didn't put in there that it has to be done by a licensed embalmer, it wouldn't be any different than the SAB whenever they approved alkaline hydrolysis for 2 of the wheeled body programs. We'd be doing the exact same thing. So we need to make a notation that during mortuary science education and the preparation and preservation, per definition, and refer back to 651, has to be done by a licensed embalmer. It's my opinion. Y'all can comment on it if you'd like. But again, if we did not, I feel like that we would be creating a rule that we're able to do just like the SAB did when they approved alkaline hydrolysis. And that, to me, that there's no difference because we didn't follow state rule that alkaline hydrolysis was not an approved means of disposition of a human body in the state of Texas. And here, if we did not state that in rule that it has to be done by a licensed embalmer, we would not be honoring the 651.
So if you put at that before that semicolon on the first line, comma, by a licensed embalmer.
Yes, sir. Ms. Maria, could you assist us with that, please?
With an E in it, licensed. Under chapter 651-001 occupations code.
Yes, sir.
Can I ask a clarifying question, guys? What about injection of something that's not a preservation into the arteries? For instance, latex or silicone or something like that. That's not a preservative. Do you see anything that would preclude us from doing that?
It's still being done with the intent of reducing the desiccation of the specimen by doing that.
I'm talking about for
because
uses of
the definition of embalmer includes another method to disinfect or preserve a dead human body or to restore body tissues and structures, right? So if you're restoring the structure by injecting latex into it, that's embalming.
I have to disagree. I don't think that's restoring. That's just
making it more
observation
obvious.
for the end user to see.
Okay.
Yeah, because embalming is with chemical preservation, and saline or latex is not going to preserve. It's still going to decomp. If you take a fresh and I inject it with latex, it's still going to decomp the same way.
Totally agree.
So what if you said perfusion fixation using saline or other non-chemical means?
Non-preservative chemical means.
Yeah. Because that's what you're talking about, Mike, right?
Yeah, it's exactly what Kurt said, is to make it more usable, and it just makes it more identifiable.
It's easier to identify the structures when your arterial and venous is injected with, especially with someone that doesn't do, end users that don't do anatomy dissection or anything like that. It's very easy for them to identify.
What was the it isn't non-medical. What did you say it was? You said it quite well, Kurt.
Non-preservation.
Non-preservation
Or
techniques.
Or non-preservation disinfecting is what will be the opposite of the embalming procedure.
Non-preservation disinfecting means? Is that, you mean means, techniques? What do you want to say?
Methods.
Non-preservation methods. Okay. Okay, I know I'm taking way too much detail here, but isn't plastination embalming too?
Plastination does include the embalming process.
Yeah,
So why
because
are we,
it's preserving it, so it's preserving.
So that will fall under the preservation license professional or wherever the country of origin is, its rules and regulations.
but if someone were to develop, I'm thinking we don't have anyone that does this in Texas currently that I know of, but if someone were to develop a plastination business, would that?
It's still going to require a licensed embalmer because one of the first stages of that process is arterial injection for preservation purposes.
And we do have a plastination lab here at UT Houston, but we have not started replastinating, but we will.
Hey, Maria, can you clarify something on your the way that this is written? The cursor's kind of in the way, so I can't see exactly, but perfusion fixation using non-preservation methods. So there's perfusion fixation, which would be fixing, and then what Kurt and I were talking about, the non-preservation methods, is something different. So I would separate those two with a semicolon, please.
Perfusion, I would take the fixation out because we're not fixation anything into
Yeah,
cement.
that's true. We could do that.
Fixation is another term for preservation, I would think.
Okay.
Yeah, we can do that.
There we go. That there. Is everybody comfortable with that now? Any objections to what we've corrected to?
I got one more question. I'm sorry, Jason. What about external fixation, like soaking like temp bones or something like that?
That's part of the embalming process of the rule he read of the embalming. Anything that's submerged, gassed, or anything with preservative is included as embalming.
And that's Kurt, that's per 651, right?
Yes.
Are you all right with that?
Are y'all ready to vote on this?
So we want to go back to, I'd like to look back at his original motion again.
It would be in the cover memo.
Oh, in the cover memo.
Recommendations.
This is just the authorized activities rule. He also had a scope and definitions provision. The question is that the same authorized activities?
That's the third one. Of the safe harbor.
Authorized activities. Hold on a second. Let me see. Oh, that was an email that Maria sent out this morning.
This morning.
So we need to look at that.
May not have. Yeah.
Did y'all get that email from her, or did?
When was this at?
8:28
sent this
in the morning.
I'll have to stop sharing and let me grab.
Scopes and definitions, scopes and definitions. Well, you sharing? You're not sharing. Okay. I could join the meeting and share it.
Okay.
You want me to do that? Just wait one moment, guys. I'm going to join the meeting and then share it from my iPad. Sorry about that.
Ready to elevate every drive? Enjoy a seamless car buying experience at Land Rover Houston,
Sorry
North,
about that.
Central, or
The heck was that? Sorry, gentlemen and Maria.
We do as you. The Houston part gave it away.
So haven't you got two screens and you click on something on accident?
All right, I got to get the access code one.
Recording in progress.
Oh, I need to be promoted. Okay, can y'all see that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Just tell me what you want me to display.
Think it's well, if unless those have double screens, you want to just kind of work through each section a little bit, kind of give it a review if y'all haven't already.
That ain't gonna work. Yeah, we'll just go with this and scroll it. These are the definitions. So my concern on one is the body going to, what about bodies that are used by persons other than hospitals, medical, or mortuary schools for educational purposes, such as training by doctors outside of a hospital setting? Could y'all hear me?
Yeah, you definitely would need to add those other definitions that we just talked about.
Or what if we just took out the that is? Like that.
What does B mean? The body is otherwise lawfully delivered to or distributed by the commission. So when there's a donation made directly, to Science Care or Mary, does it have to be?
Jason, I believe where this got pulled in is in relation to the body of the traveler from 691. That's what, now that makes sense in reference to that first page that we went over just a few minutes ago. What was the reference to? Just a moment. With a backstop for unclaimed bodies and bodies of a traveler under 691.023 was part of the scope and definition. So, not to give everybody a history lesson.
Wouldn't it be final disposition here?
There are other rules and chapters in relation to certain bodies that have to be delivered to the commission. That stems from all the way back into the early 1900s, and one of which was in reference to the body of a traveler or unclaimed, because at the time that anatomical use was being created, there wasn't a whole lot of regulation and transparency in reference to donation. We had a lot of grave robbing and things of that nature. So there's actually a letter down at UTMB in Galveston that was sent out after the anatomical board was created in reference to utilization of unclaimed individuals and bodies of travelers, so that it didn't become a burdensome expense, etc., on all of the counties in which these individuals passed. So law was made long time before all of us in reference to that. It's still on the books. It's still a legal means of disposition. Unfortunately, in recent years, it's had a black cloud placed over it in reference to unclaimed, not because of how it was written or the intent of it, but more so on the execution side of that. It's still in there. It's still an elephant in the room. And at one point in time, a lot of just like with the Donate Life Texas, there was a requirement for hospitals and entities of that nature, if they had an unclaimed, unidentified, individual, that they had to contact the board in reference to that. So this is a really, really old statute. It's still a statute. It's still in there. The state hasn't seen fit at this juncture to change or alter that. We could see something in the next legislative session, but just kind of give you a backdrop on that and why that probably got pulled into this, is that it is still there. So we have to determine how we want to handle those in reference to that, or create a rule in reference to the rebuking these types of donations. But that's going to be up to commission and the committee to kind of tackle that one. And that is for another day, in my opinion, because we've got other to get taken care of based on 2040. And it's not something that we're going to be able to hash out right here in the next few hours, I don't think.
Yeah, I think executed inmates in that also too, Jason.
Yes, sir. But I agree on part A. Definitely, we need to pull over what we just read from the others, or make it inclusive whenever the commission is reviewing this and taking considerations of definitions. Is how we define the entire body and to be used by persons, or omitting it like we pulled that out. The body is otherwise lawfully delivered to or distributed by the commission under chapter 651. We don't have to make a change to that or make a rule against it, in my opinion, today. We can leave it as it is. It's been there for a long time, and we can address that in another session at another time, and keep moving forward with more pertinent items.
So you want to take B out?
It's still regulated material.
So tell me what change you want made.
I would say we leave it as it sits, because we're not making any alterations or changes to it. Let's just leave that section in there, because it's still regulated material under the board. And unless that's something that the commission wants us to address in another work group.
Does it apply to anybody anymore, Jason? Like Kurt, you guys don't take these kind of bodies, do you, or do you accept them?
Well, we don't take unclaimed at our program or travelers. We have to have somebody sign our form, but we do take executed inmates, but they actually pre-will themselves to us. It's just in the past when no one, as Jason said, the county has to do the expense of if no one claims those bodies, and the TDCJ, the family has the options of the executed inmate to receive them, or if they don't want them, TDCJ pays for the burial of them.
I will say that unclaimed bodies need to be included in this, given the UNT situation 2 years ago.
Right. That's why B doesn't need to be omitted. We need to leave it in there as is. We could possibly create some rules in reference to that particular 691.026 through the commission, so that we can better handle that. It still is a viable intake of a donor. It's still a legal means of doing so. Like I said, I think more of our issue with that was more of an execution of the process than anything. Not the rule and the availability of it. That's just my personal opinion on that. But I think it needs to stay. It is regulated material, and it is applicable. And again, if the commission would like this advisory committee to work forward in relation to rules relating to that, we can. Just wanted to make sure that we stayed on point in reference specifically to our 2040 requirements for our upcoming meeting.
I'm going to raise this issue, Mike and Jason. I know that the argument has been made by NATO's that the specimens are not delivered to the commission and therefore not subject to a lot of the provisions of 691. How do we need to address that here? Because it seems like we're just totally missing out on the NATO's here, even though.
I would have to refresh myself with that. If you have it up and available on the exact statement within the confines of delivery of certain individuals to the board, because being what's the vernacular, the donee institution, is an extension of, and an approved extension of the board. And because we have to follow the rules and regulations as a will body program set forth by the commission, we are in fact the commission's representatives. And that's why we have to register these donors with the commission and follow the commission's purviews, is because while it's not directly coming to the building there in Austin, it's coming to your agencies or the extent of the commission, extension of the commission to your designated institutions. And that's why that was the way it was back then, is because we had the SAB, all of them were all part of just only institutions of higher education. If it was a will body program, if the individual contacted the commission to donate to science, then the commission would select their representative entity in whatever region in which that individual passed, or if it was multiples, then they would provide that contact information to the donor or said family. And that's in essence how donation to the board, that's what that truly, the intent of that truly is that we are an arm of the commission, because we have to follow your rules and regulations that are set forth by that, and we can't deviate from it. So in essence, donation to Texas Tech, UNT, UT, etc., is a donation to the board because we're registering with you that donor.
Chair Opiella, in regards to your question about the NATOs, this I don't think it applies to any of us because we don't accept donors like this.
Well, this is a definitions section, though, that applies generally to all of the rules that are going to be adopted under this section of the Texas Administrative Code. So I think it's important, though, that we delineate out NATO's, because it is not. Give me a second. I'm scrolling. Oh, yeah, y'all can see it. Good. I think the argument that was made is under 692A that 011. And I want to address this because I'm frankly confused about it too. An anatomical gift may be made to the following persons named in the document or gift. And it separates out the Funeral Service Commission or a non-transplant anatomical donation organization. And then it says, except for donations described by 1 through 6, which are the non-TFSC and NATOs, shall the Funeral Service Commission or NATO shall be a donee of the gifts or bodies for the purpose of education or research, or subject to distribution by the commission or organization under 691. So I think this needs to be inclusive of donations to organizations as well, right? So like we would have a B.
So you just want to add NATOs?
Yes, that's what I was thinking.
Okay.
Is it what non-transplant? About that?
Yeah, that's good.
C.
Yes, C. Sorry. That way we're inclusive there. Y'all good with that?
Yeah.
I'm just mirroring the language from 692A. That's pretty short. Anybody have anything else on here? I don't see anything else in here. Does anyone want anything else added?
I have a question about credentialed educator. This goes back to my comment from last week. I think that we need to make sure that we're inclusive of those that are either engineers or training others on like med device and that sort of thing. I think a physician would take care of a lot of that, but I just want to make sure we're not being too restrictive in this. Like the credentialed educator, I'm not sure exactly what that means.
Yeah.
I think that is
Well, that would be
talking about somebody in a school.
That's how I read it.
What do you want to add?
What about engineers doing R&D work?
that's not education.
So what are you saying, Jason? It just wouldn't it wouldn't fall under number 8?
As a qualified instructor,
Yeah. Yeah.
an instructor is someone who is instructing or educating. And qualified would define that they hold a license, degree, etc., in said field to instruct others and train and formally train another individual.
Yeah, I guess it would just fall under something else.
Did y'all need to view anything else with this, or y'all good with this?
Good with those myself. Anyone else?
I'm still looking at define the credential. I know you say instructor out of school, but what credential I can get credentials off the internet saying I'm an educator. I mean, who is going to inspect I'm just trying to figure out on the credentialed educator, they have to be employed at the school, or if they bring in a guest doctor from a different school to teach.
It's also limiting in that it says credentialed educator delivering instruction within an accredited educational program. I don't know if you want it that tight.
I agree. I think it is too restrictive.
Well, so I'm going to do the one-off. So let's use our Life Flight and EMS folks. Okay. The individuals that are doing continuing education for that are licensed and accredited under an approved educational coordination with either a state or municipality or something in reference to their ability to be an instructor. Just like in the state of Texas, you used to could do EMT, paramedic courses, etc., and not be part of a university or accredited program. That's not the case anymore. You have to be part of a university systems to be within an accredited program because of the level of education and licensure in which those individuals hold. So even your continuing education groups are accredited in some form or fashion because there's a license behind that. It's just like a funeral director and embalmer, we have to do so many hours of continuing education. Those accredited providers of that continuing education are registered with the state of Texas through the Texas Funeral Service Commission and are accredited instructors for the material in which they are presenting out for instruction. So,
yeah, but on that note, Jason, on that note, I do a lot of labs where they're not CE, that they're just, for docs. So the reps will come in and show, different stuff like that.
Well, then that's where it comes into the fact that if you're going to do an event that has to be sponsored by a licensed or credentialed individual, that goes back to the IRB stuff with most of our R&D folks. There is a physician, a licensed person, if they're going to take responsibility for what's being put out there, or a credentialed educator delivering instruction related to life science, licensed and certified anatomist, a degree in anatomy, holding a doctoral, licensed physician or dentist. I mean, you can expand that to be inclusive of one other word, possibly. But again, even Stryker has a physician on the payroll, and you're also going to have a lead physician that's going to be responsible for whatever training event that they're doing for the knee replacement, elbow, etc. Saying, yes, I want you to come in here and train my residents.
What if that lead doctor is not on site at that time, Jason?
Yeah, like I said, those are the betweens. Basically, what it gets down to is this, and I'm not going to speak for Dr. Ali, is that the whole reason in the creation of why Dr. Ali does what he does now is because as an anesthesiologist, he was getting tired of sitting in the actual operating rooms, and the orthopedic surgeons that were supposed to be implementing the actual surgical procedure were reliant on the rep from the product company to lead and guide them through the process of using that piece of equipment, and we're a little bit hands off in that. And so he wanted to create a setting to train these people properly so that the physicians themselves were doing 90+%, unless they also were a licensed first assist or someone of that nature, and just someone with general knowledge and biomechanics isn't the one that is educating the physician on how to do a surgical procedure. if you have another physician that is there walking them through the process and understanding how to use that, then you have instruction that's being done by a qualified instructor or medical professional. But just because I'm an EMT doesn't mean I need to go and show you how to do a shoulder implant. Just because I've seen it done or was trained on how to do it. So that's where we have to make the definition. Either we do a qualified instructor or we make a 0.8.5 or 9 and bump 9 down to 10 and say, in these settings, these individuals qualify as a facilitator.
Because the rep
instructor implies that you are licensed in some capacity.
Let me give you some context of where this definition is going to come into play. One item we haven't addressed yet that is probably next is this educational use rule that is after we get through the definitions, and it talks about use by a activity is led by a qualified instructor who is responsible for the educational purpose and for respectful conduct during the activity. So under that definition, you would not be able to, let me see if I can, no, I don't want to do that. Sorry, guys. Under that definition, the iPad is not the ideal tool to do screen sharing. Under that definition, a qualified instructor would have to be a licensed physician, dentist, doctor in anatomy or life science anatomist, or a credentialed educator. So you're going to need to change that if you want someone other than those persons to be a qualified instructor in an educational setting.
Most of the, reps that show, all these, they're the ones that are instructing. Yes, you might have a doctor there that's done it, but it's the rep that's done repetition on all this that are showing all the, attendees this. On the application for the specimen, there is a doctor that's listed on there that's supposed to be key to it all, but then there's got to be subsection, something where the rep's going to teach too.
Yeah, because somebody has to teach the doctor, right, Kurt?
Correct, yes.
Lost that document.
So do we need another line item, another definition that is like a
product rep needs to be in there somehow because they're the ones that do a lot of the teaching at these facilities, at any anatomical facility or will body program that we host.
So do we call it a bioskills training facilitator and define that as any individual that is conducting implantation training, et cetera, et cetera?
I think you could do more general, just like Kurt said. How'd you say it, Kurt? A product rep or?
Yeah, there's going to be some kind of product rep or something that, because most of those are the ones that are doing all the teaching at all these facilities. Somehow, I don't know how you want to verb it, but there's got to be some kind of
Medical device rep or something?
yes.
think we should make it a separate.
And then Chair Opiella, to Jason Owens's previous comment, would it be okay to strike that last part of that sentence? Just have it say credentialed educator, period?
Well, here's the issue with that. Oh, I guess it would have to be within an approved setting.
Yeah, an approved anatomical facility or will body.
Anyway.
Let's see, deliver instructions within.
What I don't want is high school biology teacher just going and.
I would leave it if we can define accredited education programs. But
So tell me, employed by? No, I want to say delivering instruction within an accredited education. Why do we want to expand it?
I don't want to start.
I know, but why do we want to allow a credentialed educator under any circumstances to be a qualified instructor?
That's why
What
I
if they're-
was suggesting that the medical device manufacturer instructor be a completely different definition from a qualified instructor. So definition number 8.5 would be, say, for instance, like I said, a bioskills training facilitator or something, and then define what that is. And it would be medical device manufacturing instruction, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But do not loop it in with a qualified instructor. Not instructor, training.
Jason,
Yeah, bioskills trainer.
an issue we may run into, though, is the one that Chair Opiella brought up that we're going to talk about next, which only allows for qualified instructors. So these guys would be excluded, or we can just add to the next one.
Oh, yeah, we'll have to add that in there.
Yeah, we'll add that into there because it'll also include a approved anatomical facility.
How far are you on battery?
Okay.
Okay.
Like I said, it could be medical device manufacturers, training specialists. I don't know how they define themselves. I know most of them are just reps.
Recording in progress.
Okay, Maria, I'm sorry, I'm going to. I'm sorry, y'all. I had to leave in order to come back in and share from a real computer instead of an iPad because I just lost. This is what happens with an iPad. I lost the material that we had previously. What did you want to call this item? Medical device. No, bioskills trainer, right?
They want to do a separate.
I know we're going to do a separate definition, but I'm having to add it here. So what do you want to call this? A bioskills trainer?
I'm up to any suggestions anyone has. Facilitator.
I've only got about 10 more minutes that I can be on this call. I'm kind of pushing it to the edge already.
Like that?
I think that's good.
Do you guys think it would ever involve a non-med device? Or is that inclusive enough? I don't know the answer. I'm just asking if that's inclusive.
Do you have an example of a non-med device use of a cadaver?
No, I'm just asking the question. I don't have the answer. If that's the case, it's probably fine.
Yeah.
I can't think of any.
Okay, are y'all fine with the definitions then? And we can move on to the educational use rule.
Under approved settings, again, it says a venue. Well, I guess it doesn't say hotel, so or convention center, etc.
Do you need a change there?
No, I don't think so. I think under our other definitions or other rules that it's defined well enough. This here is approved settings for in which anatomical material can be viewed. Uh,
Okay, so here's your motion. So we can move on.
That's for scope of definitions.
Yes.
And then we have another one for the other.
For the educational use settings, it's coming up next.
Is there any other questions in relation to what we just went through, gentlemen?
I don't have any.
So I'd like to make a motion that the State Anatomical Advisory Committee approve the scope and definitions provisions set forth in the accompanying rules text and transmit it to the Texas Funeral Service Commission for adoption in TAC 22, Chapter 206, with the section number to be assigned by commission staff, and that this memo accompany the rules as the drafting record for each defined term. All those in favor of those defined rules and this motion, I'm sorry, do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any further discussion?
No.
Then it so passes.
Okay. So here's the educational use for prohibition against public display.
Well, we talked about actually having the hotel conventions, centers, etc., be approved settings as long as they're inspected. And this is saying that
If it's a venue,
I guess it's offering general admission. That
yes, sir.
Yeah. So
What's the name of this document?
EDU use _deliverable educational use rule. Text, it was in the email that was sent last night.
Okay, thank you.
So we made the adjustment, approved setting.
So if y'all would want to change this, I would think, if y'all wanted to offer that. I'm not saying I'm real comfortable with hotels, but I know it's just a process that's been used here in Texas for a while. But
Well, I like if you actually read the statement that the hotel, convention hall, theaters, etc., or other venues offering general admission to the public is not an approved setting for the purposes of this section.
well, the way you write this is other venue offering general admission. So a hotel is not an approved setting, a convention hall is not an approved setting, a theater is not an approved setting, and an other venue offering general admission to the public is not an approved setting. So this needs to be worded differently if you intend to include hotels, convention halls, theaters.
Okay, so we just want to do just venues offering general admission.
I think the key word is access, right, Jason? We don't want the public getting access to.
right. I think if you what Jason Jones just said, which is venues offering general admission to the public are not approved.
Yes. So Commissioner Obiella, if you'll delete your first half that you already had highlighted, and then we'll add the.
How about that?
Yeah.
Admission or access. I would probably put that because we have admissions in another rule.
Okay. Okay. I'd like to add, I think, or otherwise, because
Yes, sir.
this creates a loophole that says that if you allow the public to view it for free, you're Is there a situation in which minors would use anatomic specimens? When I was a minor, I was dissecting frogs. I was not using human remains.
Yeah. That's always been kind of a interesting area. I can tell you how I generally, as far as minors, I always required that permission to come in and partake in a tour of the facility that was going to only provide visualization of organ specimens only, not whole bodies, to any of those that were at the high school or minor level, because you're not going to start getting into uh, anatomy dissection or any heavy anatomy that's going to be based on future career paths until you get into some more undergraduate programs. And even then, the undergrads were able to come in for prosected anatomy, A&P, not actual dissection being part of their curriculum. The dissection aspect was always reserved to the graduate level. So I'll take anybody else's opinion on it, but as far as minors of observation,
Yeah, under
as
SAP.
long as they're part of a course or class and it's not just the biology classes come by and they want to see a cadaver type of thing.
Yeah, at our facility, we have high school tours all the time. They, especially minority tours, where they're trying to influence them to get into medical fields. So, as Jason said, they do sign releases and everything. They come in, but under 18, you're not allowed to dissect. You're only able to view. But that's here in our facility. That isn't, educated facility plus the education instructors and everything, but we do get consent forms from anybody that do come in. The school does require all that. But as for any dissection, no, nobody under 18's ever dissected. Even under, like Jason said, it's only graduates that are able to dissect bodies. Undergraduates are not, they can only view.
We just do observation only, no dissections at all. They can't even touch the donors.
We don't even provide for minors, so we're fine either way.
But again, that's also parental consent.
Does anyone have any other changes to this? Because I know time is short we'll lose our quorum.
Looks good to me.
Back to the minor part. Do we need to put exclusive of dissection or something to that matter?
Or you maybe just remove participate, because participate sort of insinuates dissection.
Okay, anything else?
I didn't find any.
Is there anything else that needs to be added?
I don't think so.
Okay. Let me go find the motion for that. There's your motion.
I move that the State Anatomical Advisory Committee approve the educational use and public display rule recommended in the accompanying brief and transmit it to the Texas Funeral Service Commission for review and adoption with the section number to be assigned by the commission staff. For all those in favor of the above,
Second motion.
or get a motion, sorry. I've got a second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. We've got 4. So moved.
Okay. Last thing I want to talk about before you guys escape is this guide. Did everyone have a chance to read this guide? The commission doesn't have to adopt it by rule, but is there anything wrong in it that the staff shouldn't put in the guide?
When was that guide sent?
I haven't reviewed it.
Part of the email last night.
Yeah, I haven't reviewed it.
WG2 Deliverable C Anatomical Donation Guide.
Kurt and I also worked on this, so we have a different format of it. I mean, we were assigned to do it.
Do you want to share that? Was it Mike or Jason? I can't tell.
It's Mike. I don't know if we have time to go over it or not.
So you would prefer that y'all talk about this at the next meeting?
I would.
Okay. I don't think we have anything else.
Name of that document again?
WG2 Deliverable C Anatomical Donation Guide.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, Mike and I worked on it. We thought we went through it all, but I would rather have some other eyes on it too. It'd be
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So if you guys want to forward me that email so I can make it available to everybody else once you guys complete it, I can do that so they be aware of the next meeting.
Yes, please, because I'm looking at my emails now, and we have a WG2 and a WG4, both titled deliverables, and I just want to make sure that we get y'all's clear document on that to take a look at.
Yeah, that was a WG2. That was the last one that was deliverable there. Okay. Our next meeting is next Wednesday. 1 second. At 1 o'clock. Sorry, it's a 1 o'clock meeting, not a 9 o'clock meeting, just so y'all know that. Same Zoom link, but it's a 1 o'clock meeting. Y'all good with that? Well, we've already posted it, so you have to be, but
just for, have we set the next commission meeting?
yeah, the next commission meeting will be at 10 a.m. on the 19th, not the 18th, but the 19th of June at 10 a.m. on the 4th floor of the George H.W. Bush Building, 1801 Congress.
Okay, so I'm going to open the floor to any of y'all on the call before Jason has to skip out. Is there anything that y'all feel we need to discuss and to maybe possibly do a tentative schedule or put anything on the agenda for the 17th of June 2 days prior to the commission meeting in the event that we are needing some additional time to maybe wrap up some items that are still out there.
I think
And
one
that would
item
be-
that was really important was when it came up with the donor's name had to be as part of the chain of custody. I believe it was. I mean, I know that that's potentially statute, but that's a deal breaker.
So
Our
how
website.
is that a deal breaker? How do we, is that something that, I mean, the problem is the statute requires you to transmit that to the recipient, and then they're supposed to include that also on the receipt back. Is that?
But it's just confidential information in terms of that person making the donation. Like some of their like transplant tissue, you wouldn't have the name of the donor whose heart that came from.
But it also
It's-
said it allowed a little wiggle room, right, Jason? Because it says if known, the end user should never know the donor's name.
I just know that OBLO, he was sort of concerned about that. If known, is that?
Yeah.
I think we just have to have a concrete, yes or no.
On that,
If no,
hey, Jason, on the SAB forms that we transferred, all that information is on there that goes to the receiving institution. That's part of the old SAB form, their name, their place of death, place of removal, stuff like that. Now on the new stuff that's up, we asked about that on the website about the transfer, because in the past it was already on there. Now going forward, I'm not sure how they what agreed on that on the website part of it.
like if we send, tissue to, I'm making up a company like Johnson and Johnson, we clearly don't want that individual to know that Jane Doe made the donation, but the unique identifier can link back to it. So
In the past, well, y'all were private. NATO's didn't, private, of course, but everything, the will body programs are all state. We're under FOIA, so it was no big deal for us. We always had to put it on there. That was part of it. NATO's are totally different, so I'm not sure how they'll alleviate that.
So I know that, like, some of the university or will body donor programs that, potentially, send tissue to Mid to Market for Dr. Ali. I mean, Dr. Ali wouldn't want to see that donor's name.
It was, I understand, but it was required for the forms that under SAB, it was required on those forms.
I think it was just a big potential miss in the legislation.
Just like I said earlier, consideration of that could be, especially with the caveat of if known, is that for the purpose of the registration of that individual, their name and their encompassed identification number to the TFSC on the website, so that their official registration has a cross reference.
Yeah,
I think meets part of the requirement, and if a compromise or an understanding could come with when it comes to the NADOs and others, is that if known, you have just identified that individual as Jane Doe number 652. So identifying her as number 652 is still an identification of that individual in a naming system of them. I know I'm splitting hairs here, but that is a possibility of, for the chain of custody purposes, it would go back to the original registration with an actual Jane Doe 651.2 or whatever it is. And you can still be in compliance technically.
And I just highlighted on the screen the statutory language. I can't change it. I mean, it is what it is. One thing that Maria and I were talking about during the break earlier is, if this would take some more work by the staff, but if we had this receipt system online, where you would enter in that you're transferring it, you put the email address of the person that you're transferring it to into our computer system. It would send an email to that person that would fulfill the the requirement to safely convey to the person the copy of the description. And then they would do the receipt. They click it that I've received it, and it would just be saved into the funeral commission system and not maintained by that person. You know
I
what I'm
think that
saying? That way you
yeah, that-
can potentially protect that confidentiality by having that information within the state system, that they would confirm that they've received that specimen, and it sends that email back. Like basically we would be the holder of that information, and then it wouldn't be out, not, I don't want to say in the public, but it wouldn't be, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, because if y'all send it back out to the recipient and y'all put in their reference donor 65943, then you're not even providing the name at that point. They should have that corresponding number on the tag on that donor to verify that's who they received, and would be able to identify that donor based on color, race, age, any scars or tattoos, and would be able to check off on the database saying, yes, I have received this individual.
That way, using the commission as an intermediary, you fulfill the statutory requirement by immediately and safely transmitting to the sender the receipt containing the full terms of the description furnished by the sender, which has to be a copy of the description required by subsection D, which is the name, if known, color, sex, age. You get what I'm saying? So that way you don't end up with that donor name floating around on a sheet of paper somewhere.
Yeah.
Would that work?
Yeah, I think that would work.
It'll take some work from us, but I understand the concern, and I want to respect the anonymity of the donor if that's what their wishes were. But that's the law's the law, and we're not going to write a rule that doesn't correspond with the statute. So that we'll just do the extra work.
So if there's not anything additional that anyone would like added to the meeting for the 17th, so we can go ahead and create a agenda for that. I would say, in my opinion, looking at our June 10th agenda, I would say that we could probably just mirror that, Ms. Haynes.
Okay.
Into it, because it encompasses what we've been doing thus far, minus anything additional. If there is something that comes up, obviously, if you want to send that to Ms. Haynes, then she can be the mediator back to Mr. Fulton and Dr. Ali for having it added for that 17th, because we have a little time on that. But unless anyone has any objections or anything additional, I would say that we could just mirror this one for the 10th to the 17th.
I guess my only suggestion is y'all been working your rear ends off for the last month. Do y'all want to not meet on the 17th and take a break since we have our commission meeting on the 19th?
My only concern was having that there in the event that there was something else that was still needing
Something
to be
else comes up. Okay.
Now, as far as cancellation of a meeting, what is required on that?
We just post it's been canceled.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Right.
So we would be able to make the determination on the 17th, on the 10th. And, but I don't want to not go ahead and post something as far as an agenda in the event we need that extra time. It's just,
Yeah, we'll go ahead and post it on the 9th for the 17th, because that's the deadline for posting it. And then if we decide on the 10th that we can skip a week, then let's go for it.
Is everybody okay with that?
I'm fine with that. I just won't be able to attend the meeting on the 19th. I've had something on the books for about 6 months.
I think we were having the chair was going to come. I talked Chair Fulton of the advisory committee was going to come present. We didn't expect the whole advisory committee to show up on the 19th.
Okay.
If there's no further discussion in relation to the next time, date, and location, which is already set, we could count this meeting adjourned, or I'll make a motion to adjourn this meeting.
Second.
I'll second that.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
All right.
So let's show this meeting officially adjourned at 2:18 p.m. on 6/3/2026.
Thank you
y'all
for
all.
all of
Thank
your
you.
work, guys. I know that we've asked a lot of you, and we thank you for doing that.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Thanks.